Chapter 1245. Seeing that Shui Lingzi was about to escape, Xiao Baiyu was the first to rush out from the 8 people. At this time, Xiao Baiyu would no longer care about the 8 people being separated. As long as he could kill Shui Lingzi, even if it was just to tie him down, the other 4 would have to hold back. In fact, when Shui Lingzi saw Xiao Baiyu and the others coming, his first reaction was not to teleport away, but to fly away. Xiao Baiyu was already sure of his guess. Shui Lingzi did not fuse with the ape-headed spirit like the other 4, so he would not be able to travel through space as easily as the other 4. Sure enough, when they saw Xiao Baiyu flying towards Shui Lingzi, the other 4 who were about to join forces with 8th Sister Zhu and the others were suddenly shocked. They turned around and attacked behind Xiao Baiyu. At this time, Feng Lu and the others knew that success or failure depended on this one move. They immediately chased after them and tried their best to stop the 4 from rescuing Shui Lingyun. Originally, the pure young 4 sons who had fused with the 4 ape heads had the geographical advantage. Zhu Biajie and the others couldn't catch up with them in any case, but at this moment, the 4 people didn't know why, but during the flight, they all stopped at the same time. 8th Sister Zhu and the others were overjoyed when they saw this. They swarmed up and attacked the 4 people. On the other side, Xiao Baiyu also successfully tied down Shui Lingzi. At this time, although Shui Lingzi could still borrow the strength of the other 4 people, it was obvious that the strength of the other 4 people was too far behind after fusing. In fact, at this time, the pure young 4 were facing the harassment of 7 Fans Laozu and the sudden chaos of the cauldron of heaven and earth. They could not operate the pure young 5 elements formation smoothly. Not only Shui Lingzi, the strength of the other 4 people was suddenly weakened to a certain extent. The pure young 5 secretly complained. Previously, the cauldron of heaven and earth's water ape did not return, which had greatly limited the strength of Shui Lingzi and affected the power of the pure young 5 elements formation. However, in order to smoothly fuse the Qingming River and the Yulon River, only the water ape spirit could forcibly entangle the 2 water veins together temporarily to ensure that the water transformation talisman would eventually completely fuse the 2 water veins. Now, for some unknown reason, the water ape was trapped in the azure profound river. Previously, because the other 4 artifact spirits had suddenly received the water ape's artifact spirit's secret technique for help, the operation of the pure young 5 elements formation had almost been delayed, almost causing the pure young 5 elements formation to collapse. Fortunately, at the same time, the 4 of them forcibly suppressed the weapon spirits in their bodies. In addition, the water ape spirit originally had an immortal body. Even if it was trapped, at most it would be greatly weakened. Apart from a few other heaven-breaking artifacts, there was nothing in the world of cultivation that could bring a destructive blow to the weapon spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth. And those heaven-breaking artifacts were all the treasures of their respective forces. Not to mention that they could not be used casually, even if they were, no one would be able to use them. After the cauldron of heaven and earth was taken out, the power of the pure young 5 could barely activate a part of the power of the cauldron of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of this that the pure young 5 did not rescue the water ape spirit in the end. At this time, the pure young 4 had already taken advantage of the fact that everyone thought that Shui Ling was the weakness of the 5 elements formation. When several of them attacked Shui Ling at the same time, the other 4 formed an encirclement around Xiao Baiyu and the others. Although Shui Lingzi did not fuse with the weapon spirit, making her the weakest link among the pure young 5 children, it did not mean that Shui Lingzi was removed from the pure young 5 elemental formation. On the contrary, Shui Lingzi was the key to the pure young 5 elemental formation's operation. Although Shui Ling could not completely borrow the power of each other like the other 4, she could still borrow power. It was just that the power she borrowed could not reach the combined power of 5 people like the others. But even if she could borrow the power of 2 or 3 people, it was enough for Shui Ling to block the full impact of Xiao Baiyu. After all, Shui Ling was still a pure young cultivator. No matter how strong Xiao Baiyu was, with the combined power of 2 or 3 water spirits, even if they still could not compete with the world's #1 sword technique, they still needed to protect themselves. In a hurry, Xiao Baiyu would not be able to break Shui Ling's defense. A second tribulation spiritual treasure water cloud hid Shui Lingzi in layers of misty mountains. No matter how sharp the heaven-opening sword in Xiao Baiyu's hand was, she only cared about standing firmly in her position. When Feng Lu and others saw that Xiao Baiyu could not defeat Shui Lingzi for a while, they abandoned the other four and came to help. They knew that as long as they could break Shui Lingzi, the whole pure Yang Five Elements formation would collapse by itself even if it was suppressed by the cauldron of heaven and earth. At that time, even if the pure Yang Five Suns could not do anything to them because of the protection of the sky-opening artifact, at least they would have a chance to escape from the pure Yang Five Elements formation. Indeed, at this time, even the arrogant Xiao Baiyu no longer had the courage to attack the Wuxing School and the two water veins in the face of the cauldron of heaven and earth. At this time, under the deterrence of the cauldron of heaven and earth, everyone was lucky to be able to escape with their lives. How would they dare to interfere with the Wuxing School and the two water veins? The sky-opening artifact was the sky-opening artifact. As long as the cauldron of heaven and earth was still in the Wuxing School's position in the cultivation world would not be shaken. However, at this time, the other pure Yang Four Suns did not immediately rescue Shui Lingzi at the critical moment when everyone rushed to Shui Lingzi. Instead, they each occupied a position and formed an encirclement, encircling everyone, including Xiao Baiyu. A rich five-colored light sprinkled from the mouth of the cauldron of heaven and earth. This five-colored light fell on the pure Yang Five Suns. A five-colored halo connected the five of them, and Xiao Baiyu and the others happened to be in this halo. Xiao Baiyu and the others saw that Shui Ling was the weakness of the pure Yang Five Elements formation, but the pure Yang Five Suns also beat them at their own game. With the assistance of the cauldron of heaven and earth, they set up a formation within a formation, and in turn, they schemed against Xiao Baiyu and the others. The consequence of this scheme was very likely that some people would pay the price of death. Among the 8 people including Xiao Baiyu, Lin Yu Laozu and Yuan Xiaotian were the weakest, and had already been seriously injured. 8th sister Zhu and Yuan Pokong, who was supposed to be in the front, also carried a lot of injuries. Although the other 4 people were not injured, each of them had consumed a lot of their Jin Yuan. Even Xiao Baiyu's expression changed at this time. Everyone's heart sank, but at this time, even if they wanted to regret, it was too late. They could only go down the dark path and attack Shui Ling with their remaining strength. At this time, it would depend on whether Xiao Baiyu and the others would be the first to repel Shui Ling, or the pure Yang Five Suns Five Elements chain would be the first to kill everyone. With the help of the five-colored brilliance of the cauldron of heaven and earth, no matter how Xiao Baiyu and the others attacked, Shui Ling still maintained his position and did not waver. At this time, the five-colored halo that was connected to the pure Yang Five Suns suddenly rotated, forming a huge Five Elements millstone, and slashed towards the 8 people. The pure Yang Five Suns had already seized the initiative. At this time, Xiao Baiyu and the others were almost in despair. However, these people who had experienced the baptism of hundreds of thousands of years, even in the most desperate time, would maintain a never-give-up mentality. At this time, it could even be said that they were in a desperate state of mind. These pure young Laozu still persisted in attacking Shui Ling in this situation. Seeing that they had succeeded, the pure young Five Suns were already beaming with joy. However, at this moment, a great change suddenly occurred. 4 miserable howls suddenly came from the bodies of the Earth Spirit, the Wood Spirit, the Fire Spirit, and the Gold Spirit. The joy of the pure young Five Suns suddenly froze on their faces. The cauldron of heaven and earth made a loud bang, as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. The five-colored brilliance that was spat out from the mouth of the cauldron was suddenly converged. The 4 ape-headed spirits jumped out from the bodies of the pure young Four Suns, and then fled back to the cauldron of heaven and earth like rats on the street. The 5 elements millstone that was about to hit them suddenly turned into a spiritual wind and was blown away. This sudden movement not only shocked the pure young Five Suns, but also Xiao Baiyu and the others. What happened? The cauldron of heaven and earth trembled violently in the 5 element space, as if it was about to leave this space. Although the pure young Five Suns' faces were ugly, they took action at the same time to suppress the trembling of the cauldron of heaven and earth. It seemed that the 5 of them already knew what happened. Although the cauldron of heaven and earth had been controlled by the pure young Five Suns, the entire space was still on the verge of collapse. It looked like it was about to collapse. If the invisible space collapsed, then the pure young five elements great array would naturally collapse. Xiao Baiyu was the first to react. He waved the sky-splitting broken sword, and a sharp sword light once again slashed towards Shui Lingzi. Feng Lu and the others immediately followed up. Without the support of the cauldron of heaven and earth, although the pure young five suns could still barely maintain the position of the five elements great array, under the siege of everyone, they were already powerless. Seeing that Shui Lingzi was about to die, and the other four could not save him in time, they simply stopped saving him. Instead, they took advantage of the remaining power of the five elements great array to attack the others. At this time, Xiao Baiyu and the others were already an arrow at the end of its flight. They were still fighting with their last breath to escape. Although the pure young five suns had fewer people than Xiao Baiyu and the others, they could still fight because of the five elements great array. At this time, even if Shui Lingzi died, at least Lin Yu, Lao Zu, and Yuan Xiaotian, who were seriously injured, would definitely die. Even 8th Sister Zhu and Yuan Pokong, who were obviously exhausted, might not be able to escape unscathed. However, at this time, Xiao Baiyu suddenly slashed again. This time, the sword was not aimed at Shui Lingzi, but at the head of the fire spirit. This was out of the expectations of the pure young five suns. However, their expressions changed immediately. Before the pure young five suns formed the pure young five elements great array with the cauldron of heaven and earth, the fire spirit was already seriously injured. After that, because he merged with the fire ape spirit, he was able to survive. Now, the four ape spirit that merged with the pure young four suns suddenly returned to the cauldron of heaven and earth. At this time, the weakest among the pure young five suns was not Shui Lingzi, but the seriously injured fire spirit. Chapter 1246. As Xiao Baiyu's sword suddenly slashed towards the fire spirit, Feng Lu and Qi Laozu, who had been by his side, immediately followed suit. Before this, because he had to withstand the attack of Xiao Baiyu and the others, Water Spirit had spent all his energy on defense. Xiao Baiyu suddenly changed his target, and Water Spirit was unable to effectively restrain him. And the Fire Spirit was originally charging towards Lin Yu Laozu, who was already seriously injured. However, when Xiao Baiyu turned around and attacked, not only did Lin Yu Laozu immediately escape danger, but how could the Fire Spirit withstand the joint attack of Xiao Baiyu, Feng Lu and Qi Laozu, who was seriously injured? Under the Pure Young Five Suns' repeated attacks with the help of the Pure Young Five Elements formation, these three people did not have any injuries except for the great consumption of their qi. It could be seen that among this group of people, these three people were the strongest. Yuan Pokong and Jin Lingzi clashed head-on, and then staggered towards the back of Xiao Baiyu. Seeing that Yuan Pokong was seriously injured, Jin Lingzi naturally did not want to let go of this opportunity. Just when he was about to catch up and give another blow, he saw a tiger with two wings suddenly pouncing on him. One ape and one tiger worked together to repel Jin Lingzi's pursuit, while Yuan Pokong spat out a mouthful of blood and was about to fall into a coma. The tiger was not in good shape either. One of its wings was broken in half, but it still carried Yuan Pokong on its back, and rushed towards the back of Feng Lu and the others. At the same time, with the help of Shimen Mingyu, 8th Sister Zhu also got rid of the trap of Earth Spirit. After breaking out of the siege, she immediately approached Xiao Baiyu and the others. Among the 8 people, Yuan Xiaotian's situation was the most dangerous. He was already seriously injured, and now he had to face the attack of Wood Spirit. Helplessly, he jumped up and rushed backwards. In front of him, Mu Lingzi was also biting on tightly, not letting up in the slightest. However, Yuan Xiaotian's expression was ferocious as he suddenly roared, "Explode!" Countless bolts of lightning suddenly flashed in mid-air, instantly condensing into a lightning net. Even Mu Lingzi did not dare to rush through it. This Wood Spirit child actually detonated his second tribulation spiritual treasure, Thundercloud Cloth. The spirit of a spiritual treasure usually had spiritual intelligence. Unless it was a natal spiritual treasure, it was not easy to make a spiritual treasure explode. At least, it was not something that could be done in such a short period of time. The Thundercloud Cloth in Yuan Xiaotian's hands was clearly not his natal soul treasure, but he was able to make it explode in an instant. The power of the explosion was far beyond what Mu Lingzi could handle. Lightning techniques were usually characterized by great power. If it was not for the fact that lightning techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate, it would not be difficult to compete with sword cultivators for who was the strongest. However, this kind of cultivation difficulty was not a problem for the cultivators of the Yuan family. Furthermore, Yuan Xiaotian's secret technique of controlling a second tribulation spiritual treasure to explode at will was clearly out of Mu Lingzi's expectations. Even though Mu Lingzi had already tried his best to dodge before the spiritual qi self-detonated, he was still chasing too closely. Thus, it was inevitable that he would be affected. After being struck by a bolt of lightning, he flew backwards. Then, because of the lightning, he lay on the ground, twitching. Yuan Xiaotian spat out a mouthful of blood and was almost covered in blood. However, he had won a chance of survival for himself. Before he could turn around and catch up to Xiao Baiyu and the others, he suddenly felt his neck tighten. A cloud-like ribbon had already tightly bound him. This ribbon was definitely the work of Shui Lingzi. However, how was this possible? When he had retreated and detonated the second tribulation spiritual treasure, he had already calculated everything. When he had retreated, 8th Sister Zhu and Shimon Mingyu had walked past him. He should have been able to protect his back. How could Shui Lingzi's sneak attack have succeeded? Unless, Yuan Xiaotian tried his best to turn his head, but the spiritual treasure water cloud around his neck became tighter and tighter. Yuan Xiaotian could only shout at the top of his lungs, 8th Sister Zhu, Shimon Mingyu, you are so lowly. His voice stopped abruptly. Shui Lingzi's spiritual treasure water cloud suddenly shrank, and Yuan Xiaotian's head was twisted off his neck. In fact, although it only took a moment for Shui Lingzi to adjust from a state of full defense, a moment was enough to decide many things in a battle between experts. Shui Lingzi had already discovered that he could no longer stop Xiao Baiyu and the others. However, at this time, 8th Sister Zhu, with the help of Shimon Mingyu, had just gotten rid of Earth Lingzi and was converging towards Xiao Baiyu and the others. Shui Lingzi took the opportunity to attack. She naturally saw Yuan Xiaotian, who was flying behind 8th Sister Zhu and the others. In Shui Lingzi's opinion, in order to protect Yuan Xiaotian, who had been seriously injured by the self-detonation of the spiritual treasure, 8th Sister Zhu and Shimon Mingyu would definitely help. As long as Shui Lingzi took this opportunity to delay the two for a while, even if she could not stop Xiao Baiyu and the others from breaking out of the encirclement, she would still be able to teach them a painful lesson. Unexpectedly, 8th Sister Zhu and Shimon Mingyu acted as if they did not see Yuan Xiaotian, who was behind them. They actually dodged Shui Lingzi's attack and exposed Yuan Xiaotian, who was behind them. At this time, Yuan Xiaotian, who was already seriously injured, did not expect that 8th Sister Zhu and Shimon Mingyu would hit her when she was down. Naturally, Shui Lingzi would not refuse such an opportunity. She used the water cloud to strangle Yuan Xiaotian's vital point, and Yuan Xiaotian became the second pure Yang Laozu to fall. When Xiao Baiyu, Feng Lu, and 7 Fan Laozu suddenly turned to attack, Fire Spirit's fate was actually already determined. Without the protection of the cauldron of heaven and earth, he was seriously injured. How could he resist the joint attack of Xiao Baiyu, 7 Fan Laozu, and Feng Lu? Fire Spirit died on the spot and became the first pure Yang Laozu cultivator to fall. The pure Yang 5 elements formation was finally completely broken. Although the 5 elements space could still be barely maintained under the suppression of the cauldron of heaven and earth, it could only barely. After the inexplicable big change, the cauldron of heaven and earth had been in an extremely unstable state. Xiao Baiyu waved the sky-breaking sword, and a space tunnel leading to the sky above the Luo Ya River was opened. The invisible space could no longer be maintained. With a series of crackling sounds, the 5-element space finally began to collapse as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Under the 5-element space, the small 5 elements formation had been broken. 5 of the 12 cultivators who were trapped inside had fallen, and only 3 of the 5 cultivators from Wuxing School were left. The small 5 elements formation was torn apart, and the rest of them all joined the battle around Golden Cicada Laozu. 3 cultivators from Wuxing School joined the 5 elements formation around Golden Cicada Laozu, while the other 7 cultivators joined the many cultivators who were besieging Golden Cicada Laozu. However, at this moment, there was a loud noise in the sky, which made the whole world silent. Golden Cicada Laozu instinctively felt that something was wrong. He did not care whether the 2 water veins in the middle of the Luo-Ya River had been completely entangled or not. He threw the half of the water-melting talisman into the center of the Luo-Ya River. Hua lo 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 lo, rumble. At the moment when the water-melting talisman fell into the water, the flow of the whole Luo-Ya River suddenly became rapid. Then, with the place where the water-melting talisman fell into the water, the whole Luo-Ya River, together with the water of the 2 canals, formed a huge water whirlpool. The pure young 5 elements formation in the sky began to collapse, and a sword light passed through the 5 elements formation. Then, Xiao Baiyu stepped out of the space. Many individual cultivators and disciples of sects who were besieging the cultivators of Wuxing School suddenly cheered. Immediately after that was a massive tiger, one of its wings broken in half, emerging from the passageway. Atop the massive tiger's body was a withered cultivator. It was none other than the pure young Yarrow cultivator, Yuan Pejuan. At that moment, the former general of the Great Wise Ape clan had both his eyes closed. He had fallen unconscious. Then, the seriously injured Lin Yu Laozu, Qi Fan Laozu, and Feng Lu came out one after another. Xiao Baiyu still maintained the space passage, but the people who followed Feng Lu were stunned for a moment. Xiao Baiyu frowned slightly and saw 8th Sister Zhu coming out of the passage in a panic. 8th Sister Zhu, who was seriously injured before, seemed to be more seriously injured at this time, and she looked extremely panicked. Looking at Xiao Baiyu and others who maintained the passage, she looked a little uneasy. However, the cultivators who were besieging the Wuxing School below cheered again. The passage was still maintained, but Shimen Mingyu did not come out for a long time. Xiao Baiyu said to 8th Sister Zhu, who wanted to say something but hesitated, "Where is Mr. Shimen?" A trace of unnaturalness flashed on 8th Sister Zhu's face, then she regained her calmness and said, "Mr. Shimen asked me to come out first, but after Fire Spirit fell, the other 4 people chased up like crazy. Earth Spirit directly controlled the treasure cauldron of heaven and earth, so I came out first. Mr. Shimen is not trapped by the 4 pure young disciples, right? He asked you to come out first." No one would believe this. Xiao Baiyu asked directly, "You didn't help him?" A trace of anger flashed on 8th Sister Zhu's face, but she didn't dare to be angry in front of Xiao Baiyu. She could only say, "If anything happens to Mr. Shimen, I, 8th Sister Zhu, will owe Skyward Pavilion a favor." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Baiyu and others had already flown away from the place quickly. 8th Sister Zhu was stunned and immediately retreated in panic. The invisible space behind her completely collapsed, and a 5-color brilliance soared into the sky. Earth Spirit was holding a 5-color cauldron in one hand and a second disaster spiritual treasure in the other. Behind him, Gold Spirit, Water Spirit, and Wood Spirit rushed out. Seeing the 4 people appear, the cultivators of Wuxing School who were resisting the siege of other cultivators also cheered. However, they soon found that they had lost the trace of Fire Spirit, so the cheers suddenly weakened. Xiao Baiyu and others stared at the second disaster spiritual treasure in the hands of Earth Spirit. That spiritual treasure was clearly the one used by Shimen Mingyu before. Now that it was in the hands of Earth Spirit, Shimen Mingyu was obviously dead. But just at this moment, Golden Cicada Laozu's crazy voice came from above the Luo-Ya River below. "Ha ha, it's merged, connected, the 2 water veins are connected." Chapter 1247. Although Xiao Baiyu and others were still glad to be able to escape from the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth at this time, after a life-and-death battle, when they still heard the news that the 5 Elements sect had connected the Qingming River and the Yulon River, they inevitably felt depressed. At the moment when the water veins were connected, many practitioners who were besieging Wuxing School began to retreat. They wanted to take the opportunity to kill and make Wuxing School suffer. However, when they saw the 4 pure young cultivators, Laozu, who were slowly descending from the sky, and the pure young cultivators led by Xiao Baiyu, who were watching from a distance but did not intervene, they had to leave immediately. After the 2 water veins were connected, it was not impossible to cut them off. However, the The Five Elements sect had used a kidnapping method to connect the earth veins, water veins, mountain ranges, and spirit veins along the canal. If they were bound together, they would not have gathered at the foot of Luoshin Mountain for this battle. Was there a way to cut off the water veins to get rid of these constraints? It was not impossible. There was indeed a treasure in the world of cultivation that could do that. Additionally, that treasure used to belong to the Five Elements sect. Unfortunately, it was later lost and the Five Elements sect had searched high and low to no avail. In the beginning, Wuxing School did not want to use this method to steal the water veins of the Qingming River, which almost offended half of the cultivation world. Instead, they wanted to use that treasure to cut off a section of the water veins. In this way, no one would know, and they would not have to pay such a high price like now. It was a pity that the treasure was lost again, and the situation of Wuxing School was now in an extremely embarrassing situation. Fortunately, Wuxing School was lucky enough to get an item of the same origin as this treasure, which was the half-piece of Divine Talisman of Water. Although this half-piece of Divine Talisman could not cut off the water veins at will like that treasure, it could also provide a way. This way seemed to be more magnificent, but the risk was also doubled. Fortunately, they finally succeeded, so everything they had done before was naturally worth it. As long as this water vein could be kept unblocked, at least it could ensure the prosperity of Wuxing School for thousands of years. However, just as everyone in the Five Elements sect was secretly celebrating the fact that they had paid the price of a pure young cultivator's death, in the end, they had still managed to connect this water vein. Suddenly, two streaks of blade light shot into the sky from the bottom of Luo Cliff, and in the middle of those two streaks of blade light was the newly connected Qingming River and Yulon River. All the cultivators near Mount Luoshin were stunned. The battle for the two water veins had come to an end, and Wuxing School had won. Now, someone still came to provoke them. Didn't they know that even Xiao Baiyu and the others were afraid of the shining five-colored cauldron in Earth of Earth Spirit? However, very soon, someone exclaimed, "Oh no, this person is going to cut off the water vein. Stop him quickly. Otherwise, if the water vein collapses, 1/3 of Middle Earth will collapse." Everyone including Wuxing School was stunned. No one expected that someone would really cut off the water vein at this time. Did he really not know the consequences of doing so? The two beams of blade light were already approaching each other. It seemed that they were really going to cut off the connected water vein. Shui Lingzi suddenly exclaimed, "Quick, quick, stop him." Then, she suddenly realized that she had made a slip of the tongue. She hurriedly said something to the other three pure young cultivators through telepathy. The panic on her face could no longer be concealed. After hearing what Shui Lingzi said, the other three pure young cultivators also panicked. Earth of Earth yelled, "Quick, go down and stop him. Find this person." Xiao Baiyu and the others were confused for a while, but Eighth Sister Zhu recognized the origin of the two beams of blade light. Regardless of her own injuries, she shouted, "It's the spiritual treasure halving. It's the spiritual treasure scissors left by Wuxing School's water breaker Laozu. It's the other half of the water transformation divine talisman. Quick, stop the people from Wuxing School. After the scissors cut the water vein, these two beams of blade light won't cause other disasters." When Eighth Sister Zhu shouted spiritual treasure halving, Xiao Baiyu, Feng Lu, and a few other pure young cultivators who were not seriously injured had already rushed out one after another. When Eighth Sister Zhu finished explaining, the cultivators who were just spectators immediately rushed towards Wuxing School again. The cultivators, who had thought that everything was settled, suddenly realized that the matter they had fought for with all their might, and even risked their lives, still had a chance to turn things around. Almost everyone burst out with fighting spirit that far exceeded what they had been fighting for. As the saying goes, only when you lose something will you know the value of fighting hard. Previously, the people who thought that all their efforts had gone down the drain now only knew that they absolutely could not let the fallen people die in vain. They could not let the price that they had paid go without any gains. The crowd of cultivators went crazy and attacked the Wuxing School cultivators again, even more fiercely than before. Wuxing School's attention was first attracted by the two beams of light that shot into the sky, followed by the sudden attack of the crowd of cultivators. For a moment, It seemed that they were unprepared, and a few Dharma adepts were killed and injured. Among them, there was even a late Dharma adept who was already injured earlier. The 4 pure young cultivators of Wuxing School were all furious. However, at this time, the 2 beams of light that were about to merge were the real threat. Earth Spiritual Sun raised the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth in his palm, and a 5-colored light suddenly burst out from the cauldron. The moment this 5-colored light flashed out, Earth Spiritual Sun, who was the controller, looked tired. His face was as pale as paper, as if he had aged a few years after recovering from a serious illness. Even Earth Spiritual Sun, who was originally dressed like a middle-aged man, now had a few strands of white hair on his temples. The moment this 5-colored light shot out, it split into 2, and then each turned into a large hand, grabbing at the 2 beams of light that were merging. This was the power of a heaven-breaking artifact. If these 2 beams of light were really the spirit treasure that Wuxing School had been searching for so many times but could not find, then this spirit treasure must at least be controlled by a true spirit in order to be comparable to the power of the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth, right? Xiao Baiyu attacked with his sword, and the other 3 pure young cultivators wanted to go forward to block it, but they were held back by Feng Lu, Qi Fan Laozu, and Zhu Baji. Xiao Baiyu's sword fell, and Earth Spiritual Sun had no choice but to separate a 5-colored giant hand to grab Xiao Baiyu's sword light. Then, the sword technique of the sky-splitting sword sage, who was known as the #1 divine sword in the cultivation world, was easily crushed by the 5-colored giant hand. However, after crushing Xiao Baiyu's sword technique, the 5-colored giant hand was also weakened a lot, and it also missed the best time to join forces with the other 5-colored giant hand to block the 2 beams of light. But even if there was only one 5-colored giant hand, it was still the power of the heaven-breaking artifact. Seeing that the 5-colored giant hand was about to grab one of the beams of light, a strange flute sound suddenly entered the ears of Earth Spiritual Sun, who was controlling the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth with all his strength. This kind of slaying god inherited from the ancient great god was originally a supreme power that was extremely difficult to defend. If it was under normal circumstances, even if Earth Spiritual Sun couldn't completely block it, he could at least resist it. But now, all of Earth Spiritual Sun's energy was focused on controlling the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth to deal with the 2 beams of the spirit treasure. Lin Yu Laozu had been in a half-dead state due to serious injuries. Who would have thought that he would risk his life to attack? Earth Spiritual Sun was affected, and the 5-colored giant hand couldn't help but slow down. At this moment, a talisman that was shining with 7-colored light suddenly rose from the water and went into the giant hand. 7-colored restriction breaking talisman. In the exclamations of the crowd, the 5-colored giant hand was instantly erased a little bit of its luster. Then, Xiao Baiyu chased after it with his sword, and the 5-colored giant hand was weakened again. After 2 attacks, the power of the 5-colored giant hand was less than 1/3 of the previous one. The 2 beams of light finally crossed each other and directly cut the severely weakened giant hand into 2 pieces. Then, in the desperate eyes of everyone in Wuxing School, the water of Yulon River in the canal to the north of Luoye River, the water of Qingming River in the south, and the water of Luoye River itself, the surface of the 3 rivers was as smooth as a mirror, and then it began to tremble violently. Bang! A muffled sound came from the bottom of Luoye River. It sounded like something was broken again. It's broken. It's broken. The water vein was cut off, but the earth vein, water vein, and spiritual vein along the canal were not affected or damaged at all. The cultivators who were besieging Wuxing School suddenly cheered. On the contrary, everyone in Wuxing School suddenly fell from heaven to hell. Their faces were ashen as if they had lost their parents. Earth Spirit gnashed his teeth and said, "Search. Find out the shameful guy hiding under the water." As soon as Earth Spirit gave the order, Golden Cicada Laozu's exasperated roar suddenly came into their ears. Divine talisman, that half of transforming into water talisman. Everyone was stunned. When they looked up, it turned out that after the 2 fused water veins were broken, the half of transforming into water talisman that had melted into the water before was revealed again. Golden Cicada Laozu was the first to think of this. The moment the water vein was broken, he wanted to put away the half of transforming into water talisman. Unexpectedly, the moment the half of transforming into water talisman appeared, before Golden Cicada Laozu could take it back himself, the half of transforming into water talisman suddenly sank into the water, and then disappeared from the detection of Golden Cicada Laozu's divine thoughts. Earth Spirit shouted, and the other giant hand that survived suddenly turned around and submerged into the water, ready to catch the enemy hiding under the water. In an unknown place under the water, Lu Ping looked at the mantis that was swimming back and forth on his shoulder and asked with a smile, "Are you sure that you can attract that half of transforming into water talisman?" The mantis seemed a little impatient. Hearing this, he simply answered, "It belongs to the same origin, so it will come." As if realizing that he had been impatient, the mantis explained to Lu Ping, "It has not become a device spirit, nor has it condensed a spiritual treasure prohibition. It will definitely be attracted by the aura that I showed up just now." As soon as the mantis finished speaking, a shining talisman finally floated in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping handed the talisman to the mantis and said, "Hurry up and see if you can close it. If it doesn't work, we will retreat immediately." However, just as the mantis took the half of the transforming into water talisman, a giant hand had already reached into the water. Chapter 1248. Lu Ping did not expect that it would be so easy to attract the other half of the divine talisman, and he did not encounter the fierce resistance he had imagined when he took the other half of the divine talisman. Lu Ping handed the other half of the divine talisman to the praying mantis and told him to refine it as soon as possible. At this time, a colorful giant hand had reached into the water and grabbed Lu Ping. Lu Ping's expression turned solemn. He turned into a stream of water and cast the water escape secret technique with all his might. But the five-colored giant hand seemed to have noticed him and chased after him. Lu Ping was not sure if the giant hand had found him. If it had not, he would be found by the giant hand once he slipped away with the praying mantis. Fortunately, at this time, Xiao Baiyu and others were trying their best to delay the pure young cultivator of Wuxing School, so Earth Spirit had no time to pay all his attention to the Luo Yue River. However, the colorful giant hand suddenly opened, and its 5 fingers were divided into 5 colors. Then, they turned into 5 colorful lights and suddenly rotated with the palm as the center. A huge suction came. Within a radius of dozens of meters with the colorful vortex as the center, everything at the bottom of the river was pulled by the suction of the center of the vortex. Lu Ping's body was no exception. The huge suction made it difficult for Lu Ping to keep his body in the water. However, at this time, Lu Ping still did not dare to move at all because he could confirm that the owner of the giant hand did not actually find Lu Ping. However, if Lu Ping made any strange movements, the person might find him instead. This giant hand and the giant hand that Lu Ping had cut off were still fresh in Lu Ping's memory. This kind of powerful magical power was definitely made by the pure young cultivator Laozu. Lu Ping was not afraid of fighting against a grand cultivator now, but a pure young cultivator was still a threshold that was difficult for Lu Ping to challenge. With a flash of light in his hand, the sword of true spirit was already in Lu Ping's hand. If things were urgent, Lu Ping could only use the sword of true spirit to cut off the huge suction of the 5 elements vortex. Lu Ping was confident that with the power of the sword of true spirit, he could completely break the magical power in front of him. However, before Lu Ping could hold on, the praying mantis on Lu Ping's shoulder could not hold on anymore. The white light flashed in the water. Lu Ping could even feel that the light could bring a piercing feeling when it swept past his face. Ayaya, this is bad. The third spiritual restriction, the praying mantis screamed in 2. Without waiting for Lu Ping to increase the strength of his control, the constantly rising aura had already broken through Lu Ping's control. 2 sharp white lights shot out from Lu Ping's shoulder, seemingly piercing through space and even the spinning 5 elements vortex. Lu Ping was furious. Why did something have to go wrong at this moment? When the 2 blade lights shot out, the 5 elements vortex had clearly discovered Lu Ping's location. The previously scattered suction force immediately flipped and all of it was directed towards Lu Ping. It was a vortex against a vortex. If Lu Ping wanted to cut this 5 elements vortex, he could only use the Sea of All Rivers sword technique. The sword of true spirit trembled slightly. Lu Ping could even feel Mo Li's excitement about cutting this 5 elements vortex. However, he had to pay attention to the existence of a troublemaker today. Before Lu Ping could make a move, the praying mantis on his shoulder had already shouted, "There's no need for you guys. Watch me cut this thing." In the white light, the two halves of the mantis could finally be seen clearly again. The platinum scissors were much larger than before, and mysterious runes were densely wrapped around the two blades. The runes on the two blades echoed with each other, as if there was a strong connection between them. Once the two blades were closed, one could clearly see that the runes on the two blades happened to form a complete talisman. It was the previous half of the water transformation talisman and the other half of the water transformation talisman that once existed in the scissors in the form of two spiritual enchantments. At this time, the praying mantis's body had also grown a lot, and its whole body was more agile. Obviously, after integrating the other half of the water transformation talisman, its spirituality had increased even more. It was even more spirituality than when it absorbed the water ape artifact spirit. After the two blades of light shot through the 5 elements vortex, the praying mantis had just finished speaking when the two blades of light had already closed. Without a sound, the 5 elements vortex, which was originally still spinning, was suddenly cut into 2 pieces. Then, the 5 elements spirit light collapsed, stirring up an undercurrent in the water. The sand at the bottom of the water was stirred up, and the whole Luoya water suddenly became muddy. Lu Ping wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Unexpectedly, he heard a loud shout. When Lu Ping looked up, he saw a late Dharma adept chasing after Lu Ping from behind. If Lu Ping had participated in the Battle of Luoshin Mountain, he would know that the person in front of him was the key person in this time's Wuxing School's theft of the Qingming River. Wuxing School's number 1 formation master, Golden Cicada Laozu. However, at this time, Lu Ping could not care less about Golden Cicada and Silver Cicada. After successfully cutting off the Qingming River and the Yulon River, and obtaining the item that the praying mantis had repeatedly asked for, Lu Ping could only think of running away after he had seen the battle above the Luoya water, which was at least at the pure sun level. But how could Golden Cicada Laozu allow Lu Ping to do as he wished? Ever since the Wuxing School's plan to steal the Qingming River, although all the planning and decisions had been made by Pure Yang Laozu and the others from Wuxing School, when it came to communicating with the Green Jade Canal, surveying the terrain along the way, as well as Golden Cicada Laozu's method of using the water to kidnap the various land and water veins along the way, as well as the final merging of the 2 water veins, all of this was planned by Golden Cicada Laozu alone. It could be said that although the Wuxing School had decided to steal the Qingming River's water vein, it was Golden Cicada Laozu who carried out the specific plan. The opening of the Green Jade Canal and the merging of the water veins were all immersed in Golden Cicada Laozu's painstaking efforts. It could be said that Golden Cicada Laozu valued all of this more than anyone else. Because of this, when the Wuxing School finally merged the water veins after paying a heavy price, it was cut off by Lu Ping. Only Golden Cicada Laozu could feel the feeling of falling from the sky in an instant. Golden Cicada Laozu went crazy. He wanted to tear this guy who had wasted his painstaking efforts into pieces. Therefore, he rushed into the water regardless of anything. He wanted to let this destroyer taste the most painful punishment in the world. However, he forgot that the person he was chasing had easily cut off the 5 elements giant hand of Earth spiritual sun with the cauldron of heaven and earth with the spiritual treasure in his hand. Golden Cicada Laozu made a gesture with both of his hands. In Lu Ping's perception, the water around him gradually formed a big net. Then, as Golden Cicada Laozu moved his palms forward, the big net of water instantly formed a water matrix. With the help of the power of the Qingming River, which was retreating after being cut off by Lu Ping, the matrix suddenly moved forward and covered Lu Ping's body. According to the local conditions, grass, wood, bamboo, and stone could be used as a matrix. Golden Cicada Laozu was in the water, but he could immediately set up a matrix with the help of the power of the water vein to stop Lu Ping. Obviously, this person had reached a very high level in the matrix. Since this person was chasing after Lu Ping so eagerly, could it be that the Wuxing School stealing the Qingming River's water vein was actually his doing? However, this person was so stupid that he dared to come down here alone to kill Lu Ping. Why? Could it be because of this water matrix that was set up in a hurry? It was not that the other people of the Wuxing school did not come down to kill Lu Ping. It was because in the Wuxing school's original plan, Golden Cicada Laozu was the one who had the most freedom because he was responsible for communicating with the water vein. The other people were surrounding him to protect him. At this time, they were fighting with the practitioners from various sects and individual cultivators. They really could not spare a hand. On the contrary, Golden Cicada Laozu was ignored, so he chased after Lu Ping. Lu Ping could even kill the water ape, the device spirit of the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth. Could it be that this master of matrix had a better control of the water vein than the water ape's device spirit? Although Golden Cicada Laozu could set up a matrix in the water, Lu Ping could control the source of water. The matrix listened to Golden Cicada Laozu, but the water listened to Lu Ping. Golden Cicada Laozu's misfortune was that he used the water to set up the matrix in a hurry. With the support of Linglong's wine tripod, Lu Ping performed the magical power of controlling water. Before the matrix was activated to restrict Lu Ping, the water net matrix set up by Golden Cicada Laozu had collapsed. Ayaya, I'll cut, 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 clang, clang, clang. The aura of the praying mantis on Lu Ping's shoulder had become more and more violent. When Lu Ping broke the water matrix set up by Golden Cicada Laozu, the praying mantis seemed to have found a target to vent its anger on. It waved its big blades left and right quickly. The spiritual treasure scissors hovered above the head of the mantis. At that moment, the mantis kept swinging its two large blades. The two blades of light flashed as they chased after Patriarch Golden Cicada, intersecting with one another. The great cultivator was left in a wretched state. At this time, Lu Ping felt that the pressure around him was getting heavier. Although this feeling was not particularly familiar to Lu Ping, it left a deep impression on him. This was the pressure formed by the gathering of tribulation clouds on the eve of the arrival of the thunder tribulation. After the two parts of the spiritual treasure fused with the other half of the water transformation divine talisman, they began to form the third spiritual restriction. At the same time, the third thunder tribulation was imminent. Although Lu Ping was underwater, he had a very clear grasp of the thunder tribulation. He could not delay any longer. Lu Ping held Linglong's wine cauldron in one hand. With Lu Ping as the center, the water within a radius of 3 miles was under his control. Golden Cicada Laozu, who was dodging, suddenly found that the water around him began to become extremely viscous, and his body immediately slowed down. Golden Cicada Laozu panicked. When he looked up, he saw Lu Ping stretch out his hand and 2 purple jade bracelets flew towards him. They swelled up and wrapped around Golden Cicada Laozu's body. Before he could struggle, the 2 blade lights had already closed around his neck, and his big head sank to the bottom of the water. Several water veins like tentacles took away Golden Cicada Laozu's storage magic item. Lu Ping put away all the spiritual treasures he had except the scissors into his core space. However, before Lu Ping was ready to escape, a bolt of lightning had already broken through the water of the Green Jade Canal and landed directly on Lu Ping's shoulder. The scissors and the praying mantis finally faced the third thunder tribulation. Chapter 1249. The thunder trial was a nightmare for any Dharma adept. The majestic clouds began to gather, causing the Dharma adepts and pure young Laozu, who were fighting at the foot of Luoxin Mountain, to feel the immense pressure. This was not an ordinary thunder trial, but the third thunder trial, which had been changed to a pure young thunder trial. Who would summon the thunder trial at this time? Xiao Baiyu and the others stopped fighting and retreated. Under the coverage of such majestic clouds, once the thunder trial descended, it was very likely that they would be affected. The Dharma adepts and pure young Laozu were all targets of the thunder trial. Xiao Baiyu, Feng Lu, Qi Laozu, and Yuan Pokong, who had just woken up from his serious injuries, naturally walked together. Eighth sister Zhu saw that the 4 of them had left, but she did not care about her at all. She could not help but grit her teeth, and finally turned into a ray of light and headed east. Lin Yu Laozu looked at the people who had gone far away, and finally followed the Green Jade Canal towards the Qingming River. Since Wuxing School had failed to steal the Qingming River's water vein, Lin Yu Laozu naturally had to return to the water vein to train. Earth Spirit Z and the other three had also gathered together. In the previous chaotic battle, Jin Spirit Z had sustained quite a number of injuries. However, he had also killed a mid-Dharma stage ferocious beast from Feng Lu's hands. Mu Spirit Z's face was pale, but Shui Spirit Z had the upper hand. Eighth sister Zhu was already injured, so naturally, she was not his match. Earth Spirit was entangled by Xiao Baiyu and the seriously injured Lin Yu Laozu. Because he had continuously used the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth, his hair had already turned white, and he looked like he had suddenly aged 10 years. It's the thunder trial of the numinous treasure. Earth Spirit, on the other hand, had calmed down. On the contrary, it was Water Spirit who suddenly became excited. The numinous treasure thunder trial came not earlier or later, so it can only be the fusion of the numinous treasure and the half of the divine water talisman. These originally belonged to my broken water sect, and they are the foundation of my broken water sect's inheritance. Earth Lingzi growled, "Alright, what's the point of saying all this now? Retreat now and don't let the lightning tribulation affect you. This is a pure yang lightning tribulation." Seeing the unwillingness on Shui Lingzi's face, Earth Lingzi helplessly said, "After we leave the range of the lightning tribulation, set up some scouts around the area. Once the lightning tribulation is over, no matter if we succeed or fail, we will search for the person who cut off the water vein. We will not stop until he is dead." Water Spirit's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but Earth Spirit had already shouted, "Let's go, the first lightning tribulation is coming." The cultivators of Wuxing School hurriedly flew out. At this time, Mu Lingzi suddenly shouted, "Where's Martial Nephew Jin Chan? He went to chase after the person hiding in the water. Why hasn't he returned yet?" Earth Lingzi's face became even gloomier. He said in a low voice, "It's too late. We can't wait for him. Everyone, retreat now." At this time, Jin Chan Laozu had not escaped from the water. Obviously, he was already dead, or the person controlling the spiritual treasure to face the third lightning tribulation was him. However, the people of Wuxing School obviously did not have such an extravagant hope. In fact, Earthlings' words had already determined Jin Chan Laozu's death. The Battle of Luoxin Mountain, which involved almost half of the cultivation world of the Central Earth, suddenly scattered because of the arrival of the pure yang lightning tribulation, leaving only dark clouds covering the sky. Then, a green lightning broke through the dark clouds, and the whole world was illuminated. Lu Ping looked at the spiritual treasure scissors that was floating in front of him worriedly. The mantis had already hidden in its body. When the first lightning tribulation fell, the spiritual treasure scissors was bathed in the raging lightning. The voice of the mantis came from the spiritual treasure, shouting, "So cool, so cool." Lu Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He scolded, "Don't be careless. The lightning tribulation is not easy to deal with. The 9 lightning tribulations are getting harder and harder. That's why you took the first one, which is the easiest." The mantis laughed in its body and said, "Boss, don't worry. Now that the halved origin has been replenished, going through the third lightning tribulation to become a pure yang spiritual treasure is just a formality." How arrogant. However, Lu Ping thought about the halved origin again. Could it be that the mantis was telling the truth? The third lightning tribulation was really nothing to him. The halved origin of the spiritual treasure was naturally the water transformation divine talisman made by Taoist Chan. It was something that could even be destroyed during the battle between Jiao Daoren and Peng Daoren. It should be known that the halved origin of the spiritual treasure was able to become a second tribulation spiritual treasure with just half a water transformation divine talisman. Now that the torn divine talisman had merged into one, it seemed that it could cross the third lightning tribulation and become a pure yang spiritual treasure. As he spoke, another 2 lightning tribulations fell in succession. The mantis was still shouting in its body. Sure enough, the pure yang lightning tribulation did not have any effect on it. Soon after, another 3 lightning tribulations fell. This time, the power of the lightning tribulations had increased by several times. The mantis finally did not dare to shout anymore. Only the scissors was bathed in the lightning. Even Lu Ping, who was standing at the side, felt a sense of trepidation. When the fourth lightning tribulations fell, Lu Ping already felt that it was similar to when he had faced the first lightning tribulations with the Sword of Real Spirit. It should be known that when Lu Ping had summoned the first lightning tribulations with the Sword of Real Spirit, the power of the lightning tribulations was comparable to the second lightning tribulations that ordinary practitioners faced when they advanced to the late Dharma stage. Furthermore, the lightning tribulations that spiritual treasures faced were usually weaker than the lightning tribulations that practitioners faced. With this increase and decrease in power, the power of the lightning tribulations still made Lu Ping so nervous. This showed how strong the power of the pure young lightning tribulations were. When the fifth lightning tribulations fell, the power had already exceeded the last lightning tribulations that Lu Ping had faced during his first lightning tribulations. When the sixth lightning tribulations came, the mantis finally cried out again. However, this time, it was a cry of pain. This fellow had finally tasted the power of the lightning tribulations. It seemed that it had been hit hard. "Boss, come and help me, it hurts too much." When the lightning tribulations fell on the body, it would pass in an instant. In the process of the lightning, countless bolts of lightning carried the pure yang qi, constantly changing and improving the quality and grade of the target. This was often the most difficult part of the lightning tribulations. If one could not withstand the lightning tribulations, they would at most be seriously injured or even turned into ashes by the lightning tribulations. However, if one managed to withstand the lightning tribulations, the pain that seeped into one's bones was even more unforgettable. Although Lu Ping knew that the first 6 lightning tribulations did not cause any damage to the spiritual treasure, the last 3 lightning tribulations were undoubtedly the most powerful. Out of consideration, Lu Ping pointed in the air and injected an extremely rich spiritual essence into the spiritual treasure. With Lu Ping's full help, the mantis immediately became smug again. Unexpectedly, the 7th lightning tribulations were a pitch-black beam of lightning. The originally faint light of the entire world seemed to be attracted by this beam of lightning. Even Lu Ping's divine sense was attracted by this beam of lightning. Lu Ping was shocked and hurriedly retracted his divine sense, concentrating it in the body of the Dharma form of the dragon in the core space. Then, Lu Ping focused all his attention on the scissors. This was a strange type of lightning tribulation that aimed to erase spiritual intelligence. It targeted the divine sense of a cultivator and the spiritual treasure's weapon spirit. He did not know if the mantis could withstand it. Lu Ping's spiritual essence was continuously injected into the scissors. He could still feel the mantis's aura from the scissors, but the mantis did not speak. In a situation where his divine sense did not dare to spread out, Lu Ping did not know the mantis's current situation, so he could not help but feel a little anxious. Could it be that the mantis's grade had fallen? Spiritual treasures that failed to undergo tribulation were different from cultivators. Sometimes, they would not be completely destroyed, but their grade would fall. For example, when a second tribulation spiritual treasure failed to pass the pure yang lightning tribulation, the weapon spirit would not be obliterated. Instead, its weapon spirit would be reduced to a first-stage spiritual treasure. This was not unprecedented in the cultivation world. At this moment, the mantis finally spoke. Thank goodness I saved up a lot of the water ape's weapon spirit source. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss this time." Just as Lu Ping breathed a sigh of relief, the 8th lightning tribulation came. The lightning tribulation split into a net, surrounding the scissors in the middle. Countless lightning bolts raged in the lightning net. Lu Ping could not even see what was happening inside the lightning net from the outside. He could only hear the mantis's screams inside, and the spiritual essence that Lu Ping had injected into the spiritual treasure was being consumed like flowing water. This time, the lightning tribulation lasted a little longer. Fortunately, the weapon spirit's voice was not hoarse. Otherwise, the mantis's mouth would have dried up, and it would not have been able to make a sound. When the lightning dissipated, the mantis's screams did not stop. Instead, they became even more miserable. Lu Ping did not stop it, because he knew that although the lightning on the surface had dissipated, in fact, the pure yang power was still raging inside the spiritual treasure. However, the scream was actually a good thing. It just happened to prove that the spiritual treasure's artifact spirit was still full of spirituality, and the damage brought by the thunder tribulation had not destroyed it. If the artifact spirit could not even scream after being struck by the thunder tribulation, then it would really be a disaster. Activating the North Sea wave listening technique, the Dharma idol's dragon head in the core space suddenly lifted up, opened its mouth, and spat out a rich purple-gold spiritual essence. This mouthful of spiritual essence even contained some of Lu Ping's source. The spiritual essence flowed through Lu Ping's fingertips and into the spiritual treasure. The mantis immediately cried out in joy, "Boss, you are really a gift in the snow." Boom. The purple lightning fell from the sky, and after the mantis let out a scream, the sound suddenly stopped. The last lightning condensed into a celestial river of lightning, rolling the spiritual treasure in the air and repeatedly scouring it. Even Lu Ping had to temporarily avoid it. At this time, even Lu Ping could not help much. Lu Ping had done all he could to help, and it was up to the mantis to survive this last hurdle. However, just as Lu Ping was waiting for the last lightning tribulation to dissipate, the Seven Treasures Thunder Gourd, which had been obedient in Lu Ping's core space recently and rarely caused trouble for Lu Ping, moved at this time. Lu Ping was surprised at first, but after thinking for a moment, he released the Thunder Gourd. After the gourd opened its mouth, it sucked in the celestial river of lightning, and a small lightning immediately separated from the celestial river of lightning, then disappeared into the Thunder Gourd's mouth. Chapter 1250. The Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash was just a spirit-nurturing magic treasure. It was one of the most unique magic treasures and spiritual treasures that had been nurtured in Lu Ping's core space. Perhaps it had the potential to be the #1 spiritual treasure in the world of creation. Although it was only a spirit-nurturing magic treasure and did not have an artifact spirit, its spirituality was extremely high. However, as Lu Ping's cultivation increased, the weapons he used were constantly upgraded, and the number of spiritual treasures in his core space increased. The Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash became more and more low-key in front of these spiritual treasures. However, Lu Ping did not forget that this treasure had the ability to absorb tribulation lightning. This was a heaven-defying ability. However, Lu Ping soon discovered that the calabash's ability to absorb tribulation lightning was limited. Now that the Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash had become a spirit-nurturing magic treasure, it had become more and more picky about the tribulation lightning it used. As for the first lightning tribulation, it had already begun to look down on it. Previously, when Lu Ping had summoned the lightning tribulation to upgrade the thin flowing water sword and the nether water sword to first tribulation spiritual treasures, the Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash had been unwilling to help. However, Lu Ping knew that this was because the first lightning tribulation had no effect on the calabash's quality. After absorbing the 9th lightning bolt of the 3rd lightning tribulation, the Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash began to twitch. The opening of the calabash spat out lightning, then inhaled again and again, as if it was suffering from indigestion. Lu Ping could clearly sense that the Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash's quality was rapidly improving. It would not be long before the Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash would be able to condense another treasure restriction. Lu Ping kept the Lightning Seven Treasures Calabash into his core space. Then, he turned to look at the spiritual treasure scissors, which was also twitching. After the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash separated a bolt of lightning from the Lightning Galaxy River, even though this bolt of lightning was nothing compared to the entire Lightning Galaxy River that was washing over the numinous treasure scissors, it still reduced some of the burden on the mantis. As the Seven Treasures Thunder Calabash convulsed, the Lightning Galaxy finally dissipated. Therefore, the scissors, which had been tempered by the lightning for a period of time, was like a fish that had lost its water, jumping over and over again. The mantis remained silent. Apparently, the two halves of the numinous treasure had passed through the pure young thunder tribulation without a hitch. However, the pure young thunder tribulation was, after all, the last thunder tribulation. Even if the two halves of the numinous treasure had Taoist Chan as its backer, it would not have had an easy time after going through the baptism of 9 thunder tribulations. Fortunately, after successfully passing the heavenly tribulation, there would be gifts from the heavens and earth. Pure yang qi would crazily surge in, causing the spirit treasure to break in two and become a pure young spirit treasure. The heavenly flower dew, on the other hand, was a great supplement to the artifact spirit. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and recalled the lightning. The remaining lightning on his body poured into Lu Ping's body, but Lu Ping used an even more tyrannical true essence to extinguish it in one fell swoop. Lu Ping had seen many second tribulation spirit treasures, but other than the treasured cauldron of heaven and earth, which he did not know much about, the two halves of the numinous treasure in front of him was the only pure young spirit treasure that had survived 3 thunder tribulations. In fact, the two halves of the second tribulation spirit treasure that Lu Ping currently possessed was the two halves of the numinous treasure. However, now that the two halves of the numinous treasure had directly become a pure young spirit treasure, Lu Ping still mainly possessed first tribulation spirit treasures. Lu Ping's divine will instantly understood everything about the pure young spirit treasure. This was because when the two halves of the numinous treasure were facing the last thunder tribulation, Lu Ping had injected a strand of essential essence qi into the pure young spirit treasure. It was because of this strand of essential essence qi that Lu Ping had a closer relationship with the pure young spirit treasure, making it easier for him to wield the pure young spirit treasure. Easy to wield. At this time, the two halves of the mantis had finally absorbed all the benefits given by the heaven and earth. After hearing what Lu Ping was thinking, it sneered and said, "Boss, you should try it first. It's not that easy to wield a pure young spirit treasure. Although this mantis is not comparable to a heaven-opening artifact, if this mantis does not cooperate with you, at least an experienced great cultivator would be able to wield the pure young spirit treasure with ease." Lu Ping weighed the scissors in his hand, which had become much larger, and said with a smile, "Oh, your grade has increased, and your temper has also become bigger. You're actually this mantis now?" The two halves of the mantis said proudly, "Of course, I'm now the number 1 numinous treasure under you, boss. Naturally, I'm also a person of status. Naturally, I have to act." A dense purplish-blue true essence suddenly surged in Lu Ping's hand. Without communicating with the artifact spirit beforehand, the scissors suddenly rose into the air under the control of Lu Ping's true essence. Then, 2 blades of light shot out and quickly cut a huge rock lying at the bottom of the river into 2 neat pieces. Then, Lu Ping casually turned his hand, and a small fish that was swimming in the river, less than an inch long, was neatly cut in half from head to tail, without any deviation. Lu Ping used the 2 halves of the pure young spirit treasure to make 2 scissors in succession, and then the third scissors went towards the bottom of the river. A huge trench suddenly formed at the bottom of the river, directly going dozens of feet deep into the riverbed. The sudden opening of the trench caused the water to sink, forming a whirlpool on the surface of the water. Fortunately, at this time, because they had to avoid the thunder calamity of the spirit treasure that had been cut in half by the scissors, there was not a single practitioner near the bottom of the river where Lu Ping was at. Therefore, no one would notice the huge commotion that Lu Ping had made at the bottom of the river. At this time, how could the 2 halves of the mantis not understand Lu Ping's intentions? He immediately gave in and said, "I'm convinced, boss, I'm really convinced. In your hands, the pure young spirit treasure can be used however you want, and it's indeed very easy. Please stop and save me some face, I'm a pure young spirit treasure after all. Cutting a rock and digging a trench, if word of this gets out, I won't be able to keep my face. If it was an ordinary mid-Dharma adept, it would be really difficult to use a pure young spirit treasure. Even among the late Dharma adepts, there would be some who would not be able to use a pure young spirit treasure continuously and still be able to supplement their true essence. However, Lu Ping was able to cut the spirit treasure in half and use it as if it was his own arm without the help of the weapon spirit. After this 2 halves of the mantis had advanced to become a pure young spirit treasure, it did not wait for it to become arrogant before it was suppressed by Lu Ping until it lost its temper and lowered its head to admit its mistake. However, this fellow was a thick-skinned master, and after advancing to the pure young spirit treasure, its spirituality had increased greatly, and it actually knew how to figure out what Lu Ping was thinking. It immediately lowered its head to admit its mistake, and did not dare to speak up again. In reality, after Lu Ping had consecutively used the spirit treasure in 2 halves, the true essence in his body could not be replenished for a period of time. However, at this time, The strength of Lu Ping's true essence had already reached an unbelievable level among the adepts of the same level. This kind of discomfort only needed a moment for Lu Ping to catch his breath and he would immediately recover. In reality, if Lu Ping were to summon the Dharma power of the dragon in the process of fighting an enemy, even without the help of the weapon spirit, if Lu Ping wanted to continuously use this pure yang spirit treasure scissors, there would not be such a situation where his true essence could not be replenished, unless Lu Ping's true essence was exhausted. If he wanted to exhaust the true essence in Lu Ping's body, perhaps even if Lu Ping was asked to fight with a cultivator of the same level for 3 days and 3 nights, he might not be able to do it. Moreover, where in the world could he find a cultivator of the same level who could fight with Lu Ping for 3 days and 3 nights? This was also because Lu Ping wanted to suppress this weapon spirit that had achieved pure yang. If it was in the normal process of fighting an enemy, when the spirit treasure had already been refined by Lu Ping with a trace of origin, there would not be a problem of cooperating with Lu Ping. With the full cooperation of the weapon spirit, even if Lu Ping did not summon the Dharma power of the dragon, he could continuously use it without exhausting his true essence. The well-behaved praying mantis immediately began to show its treasure to Lu Ping. After advancing to a pure yang spirit treasure, although the weapon spirit was still in the form of a praying mantis, at this time, it could leave its body and exist outside. Even if it left its body, its strength was still considered good. This was exactly the same as the weapon spirit of the treasure cauldron of heaven and earth that Lu Ping had killed previously. Lu Ping suddenly became a little interested and asked, "Can't you kill it?" The praying mantis suddenly remembered something. Before, it only cared about becoming a pure yang spirit treasure and showing off to Lu Ping, but it forgot that there was an existence in Lu Ping's core space that could kill a pure yang weapon spirit. She was the spiritual treasure of the director in front of it, and her status was much higher than its own. Before, it was really too complacent. Fortunately, now that it had advanced to pure yang, it should not be afraid of her now, but in the future, it must have a good relationship with that little girl. With that little girl's background, if it advanced to pure yang in the future, it would definitely be 10 times more powerful than itself. The praying mantis calmed down and said, "If we don't encounter Miss Mo Li, a pure yang spirit treasure of the same level, or a pure yang Laozu who controls some secret techniques, and a real spirit like Laozu, it will be a little difficult to kill us." With this said, the praying mantis realized that there were still many things in this world that could not put him in its eyes. Although it was now a pure yang spirit treasure and seemed to have reached the peak of spirit treasures, it also knew that its body could not be compared with treasures like the heaven-opening artifact after all. It had already been suppressed by Lu Ping and its arrogance was restrained a little again. Lu Ping laughed in his heart. At least this guy did not have his tail in the sky. The question just now was naturally Lu Ping did it on purpose. Seeing that the praying mantis was a little disinterested, Lu Ping took the initiative to ask, after advancing to pure yang, "This is not all you have. What else do you have? Tell me, choose the good ones first." Hearing this, the praying mantis suddenly became spirited and said, "Boss, how about we steal this water vein of Qingming River?" Previously, after the 2 branches of Qingming River and Yulon River were cut off, the branch of Qingming River had lost the guidance of the formation and retracted into Qingming River along the Green Jade Canal. However, this natural retraction was not as fast as the speed at which it was pulled out. It would take at least 3 to 5 days for it to completely retract. Lu Ping was stunned and said, "Intercept the water vein? Isn't this what Wuxing School has always wanted to do but could not do?" "That's because we are not here," the praying mantis finally said arrogantly again, but what he said was the truth. However, there was still a problem that had to be solved, otherwise, it would not be easy to intercept the water vein. Chapter 1251. Water veins were the condensation of the essence of a river. Naturally formed water veins were usually connected to the mountains and terrains that the river flowed through. This was the creation of heaven and earth. Cultivators could borrow and even control part of it, but it was extremely difficult to cut it off directly. Although water veins seemed weak and fleeting, it was precisely because of this that they could connect to the mountains and terrains. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to cut off water veins. The bigger the water veins were, the harder it was to cut them off. Just like the Qingming River and the Yulon River, it was basically impossible to cut them off. However, even if it was possible to cut off water veins, very few people would do it. Cutting off water veins was actually making an enemy of heaven and earth. Not only would the cultivators be attacked by some disasters caused by the water veins being cut off, but it would also cause great damage to the world of cultivation. Therefore, water veins could not be easily touched. However, there were actually some shortcuts. For example, Wuxing School could secretly draw a branch out of the water vein of the Qingming River. It would not hurt the foundation of the water vein of the Qingming River, but it could also bring great benefits to Wuxing School. However, it was not easy to separate a branch out of a complete water vein. Even as powerful as Wuxing School was, they had planned for hundreds of years and specifically prepared for dozens of years before they dared to do it secretly. That's easy. After merging with the other half of the water transformation talisman and going through the third thunder calamity, the mantis obviously became more intelligent. It answered without thinking. The reason why Wuxing School wanted to secretly cut off a section of water vein and bring it back to Wuxing School was that they had the cauldron of heaven and earth, which could control the spirit veins in the world. They could totally keep the cut-off water vein in the cauldron of heaven and earth and bring it back. We can do it too. Lu Ping suddenly understood and said, "You mean Linglong? Can she do it? She is just a first tribulation spiritual treasure. How can she compare with the cauldron of heaven and earth?" This time, Linglong made a mistake but gained great benefits. At this time, she was already eager to make a contribution. Hearing what Lu Ping said, she quickly said, "I can do it." Mantis nodded and echoed, "Linglong can indeed do it, but Linglong is not like the cauldron of heaven and earth. She can only keep the water vein for a very short time. Now I don't need to think about cutting off that water vein. This branch of the Qingming River is ready-made, and I can be considered as the fisherman who benefits from it." The praying mantis grinned cheekily and said, "Boss, I am your spiritual treasure. Isn't looking for me the same as looking for you? But it will be difficult to find us at this time." Lu Ping was slightly delighted and said, "Oh, is there a good way to avoid them?" At this time, Lu Ping did not need to think to know that many people were rushing to the place where Halving Mantis had gone through the heavenly tribulation, especially Wuxing School. Their plan of hundreds of years had been ruined by him, so they must be gnashing their teeth in hatred. At this time, Lu Ping had already followed the Green Jade Canal to the south. However, Lu Ping had already caught up to the retreating branch of the Green Netherworld River. With the help of Linglong's power, he entered it and followed the retreating branch towards the Green Netherworld River. However, Lu Ping also knew that this was very risky. It was very likely that he would be discovered and suspected by others. The praying mantis's two forelimbs moved back and forth, and with a clang sound, he said, "Boss, don't forget what we have." What was the praying mantis's background? It was the water transformation talisman. With this treasure in hand, would he still worry about being discovered? Then the person who was searching for Lu Ping would be like the seventh patriarch of Skysplitter. Not far from the foot of Luoxin Mountain, Earth Spirit was hovering above the water where the thunder calamity had come previously with his hands behind his back. At this time, Lu Ping had already left after the thunder calamity. There had been no news of Patriarch Golden Cicada until now, so it was obvious that he was already dead. The broken spiritual treasure was nowhere to be seen, but he had seen the 9 thunder tribulations. The broken spiritual treasure was probably a pure yang spiritual treasure by now. Speaking of pure yang spiritual treasure, Earth Spirit unconsciously touched his sleeves and sighed. If the treasure cauldron of heaven and earth was an ordinary pure yang spiritual treasure, this battle of Luoxin Mountain might have a higher chance of winning. However, if that was the case, it would not be easy to pull the 2 large river veins that were drawn out. This was something that could not be helped. Earth Spirit opened his eyes slightly and looked to his side. He opened his mouth and asked, "Didn't find it?" As he spoke, Water Spirit appeared like a cloud of mist. He nodded with a bitter smile and said, "The one who dares to disturb at this time is probably a pure yang cultivator who has been hiding. Otherwise, he would not be able to stay in the water vein when the water ape weapon spirit mobilized the water vein." Earth Spirit said, If the other party has a spiritual treasure that can control the spiritual vein like the treasure cauldron of heaven and earth, and the person is extremely proficient in water attribute techniques, it is not impossible for him to stay in the water vein under the control of the water ape weapon spirit. He does not have to be a pure yang cultivator. Water spirit said, "What about golden cicada? Although he majored in formations, his strength is not too weak. Even an ordinary grand cultivator would not be able to kill him easily. How could it be possible if he is not a pure yang cultivator?" Earth spirit did not dwell on this question. Instead, he asked, "The spiritual treasure in two parts was originally the spiritual treasure of the water-broken lineage. You should be the most familiar with this spiritual treasure. Do you think it has survived the pure yang lightning tribulation this time?" Shui Lingzi didn't even need to think about it before replying, "Of course it has. The two halves of this spirit treasure were originally half a water divine talisman, and after cutting off the water vein, it absorbed the other half of the water divine talisman. Whether it is quality or other aspects, it has already reached the threshold of a pure yang spirit treasure. More importantly, it is a water divine talisman personally crafted by Daoist Chan. Becoming a pure yang spirit treasure may be difficult for other spirit treasures, but it is not a problem for it." Earth spirit nodded and said, The water transformation divine talisman. I'm afraid that this person has used this item to escape from all the searches. If he used the water transformation divine talisman to escape, I'm afraid that even we would not be able to find him. I'm afraid that only Daoist Chan would be able to do it." Water spirit did not continue Earth spirit's words. Instead, he asked, "What should we do after returning to the sect? Not only did we mess things up, the cauldron of heaven and earth has lost one of its 5 pure yang weapon spirits. The cauldron of heaven and earth's magic will definitely be greatly reduced. Will Laozu?" Earth spirit glanced at her and said, "If Laozu blames us, the old man will take responsibility for this matter. However, the old man is curious about how that person killed the water ape weapon spirit, who has an immortal body. Can the spiritual treasure in 2 parts do it?" Water spirit was stunned for a moment and said, "The pure yang spiritual treasure in 2 parts might be able to do it." Earth spirit uttered an "oh" and muttered to himself, "Then what method did this person use to kill the water ape artifact spirit?" Right at this moment, a loud roar came along the Green Jade Canal from afar. The water of the Green Jade Canal, which had already been connected to the canal, suddenly became turbulent. The speed of the water flow suddenly increased, and the sound of the flowing water even created white waves. Although the 2 branches of the Yulon River and the Green Netherworld River had already shrunk, the Green Jade Canal was still open. It could be considered as a convenience for people to travel between the north and the south. Water spirit was shocked and said, This is the branch of the Green Netherworld River. Someone is cutting off this branch." Compared to water spirit's excitement, Earth spirit was much calmer, as if he had already guessed that this would happen. He said, "With the water transformation divine talisman and the pure yang spiritual treasure in 2 parts, the old man would not let go of this branch of the water vein. However, now the old man has somewhat understood how the water ape weapon spirit was able to shake the water vein and still be able to hide in the water vein." Water spirit immediately reacted and said, "Senior brother, are you talking about the imitation of the wine cauldron of the universe?" Earth spirit nodded. Water spirit asked again, "Then, what should we do? Should we go after him now?" Earth spirit shook his head and said, "It's too late. With the protection of the water transformation divine talisman, there is no need to be afraid of being discovered. Our school's hundreds of years of planning has finally become someone else's wedding dress. Our school has also paid such a heavy price for this. I really can't accept this. I only hope that someone will be able to find out his identity. Our Wuxing school will definitely not let this person off." Earth spirit turned around and disappeared, but his voice still lingered, "Inform all the practitioners of our school to return to the school immediately. Beware of the secret revenge from other sects. Junior Sister Shui, take some people with you and escort the branch of the Yulon River back. The person has already stolen the branch of the Green Netherworld River. The Yulon River branch must not have any more problems." A few days later, above the Green Jade Canal, Lu Ping was comfortably lying on the back of the black tortoise. A huge praying mantis was running back and forth on the back of the black tortoise. It seemed to be extremely curious. Lu Ping had really returned to the green Netherworld River before heading north along the canal. He was not afraid of being suspected by others. On the contrary, those who dared to go north along the canal at this time just proved that they had nothing to do with the battle at Luoshin Mountain. What's more, Lu Ping's mid-Dharma stage cultivation was even more confusing. No one would have thought that the person who had cut off the water vein and killed the Five Elements sect's array grandmaster was a mid-Dharma stage cultivator. He had even managed to escape the encirclement of so many cultivators. Lu Ping's trip was actually for Samling. Samling was still in the hands of the Wuxing school, so Lu Ping had to go and rescue him. What a pity. If it wasn't for the fact that Linglong's endurance has reached its limit, we could have completely taken this branch of the water. Looks like we have to let Linglong go through the second thunder trial as soon as possible. The praying mantis ran up and down, his mouth chattering non-stop. Even if we summon the second thunder trial now, it's too late. The remaining half of the branch has already retracted back into the main branch of the Green Netherworld River. It'll be difficult to pull it back again. But even this half of the branch is enough for you, boss, to use for your training. This is for you to enjoy alone. Your level of training will skyrocket in a short period of time. Chapter 1252. The Battle of Luoshin Mountain was the second time after the Battle of Qingming River that pure young practitioners participated in the Central Plains cultivation world. It involved almost half of the cultivation world. In this war that had been triggered by the Five Elements sect's theft of the Qingming River's water source, the number of sects and individual cultivators participating in the war, as well as the number of pure young Dharma adepts participating in the war, was the highest in the last few thousand years. In this battle, the biggest highlight was that Wuxing school used the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, one of the 6 great divine weapons of Kai Tian. It blocked the joint attack of various sects and clans. If it was not for the accident at the end, Wuxing school's plan to connect the water of Yulon and Qingming River would have been achieved. Wuxing school set up 4 Five Elements formations at the foot of Luoshin Mountain. The Pure Young Five used the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth to set up 2 Pure Young Five Elements formations. They blocked the siege of 10 Pure Young practitioners, including Xiao Baiyu, Feng Lu, Yuan Pokong, and Shimen Mingyu. They successfully killed 4 of them. The Pure Young Five also paid the price of Fire Spirit being killed by Xiao Baiyu, and the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth losing a weapon spirit. The battle between the rest of the Dharma phase was even more tragic. Both sides suffered casualties, but there was no doubt that Wuxing school was more prepared. In comparison, the enemies of Wuxing school paid a greater price. However, the final result was a lose-lose situation. Wuxing school had connected the 2 water veins, but it failed at the last moment. Although the alliance of sects paid a greater price, Wuxing school's plan was finally stopped. However, in the end, there was still one person who benefited the most from this battle. That was the mysterious cultivator who cut off the water vein of the Five Elements sect with a spiritual treasure under the Luoshin Mountain and took away half of the water transformation talisman of the Five Elements sect. He also successfully summoned the Pure Young spiritual treasure Thunder Tribulation and finally obtained a Pure Young spiritual treasure and cut off half of the water vein of the Qingming River under the surveillance of various sects. Only the pure young practitioners of Wuxing school knew that this mysterious practitioner also killed the water ape weapon spirit of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth and the number 1 formation grandmaster of their sect, Golden Cicada Laozu. There was another incident in this battle that spread like wildfire in the cultivation world under the manipulation of Wuxing school. During the battle, 8th Sister Zhu, a pure young practitioner of 9 Mysteries Tower, and Shimen Mingyu of Skyward Pavilion, first teamed up to trap Yuan Xiaotian, a pure young practitioner of the Yuan family. Then, after Xiao Baiyu broke the pure young Five Elements formation, 8th Sister Zhu turned around and left Shimen Mingyu behind. Shimen Mingyu, who was besieged by the 4 pure young practitioners of Wuxing school, was finally refined by Earth Spirit using the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth. When the news spread, the entire cultivation world was in an uproar. To put it bluntly, Eighth sister Zhu was the one who started the battle in Luoxin Mountain. It was because of her jumping up and down in the cultivation world that so many practitioners came to Luoxin Mountain to stop Wuxing School from stealing the Qingming River's water vein. Wuxing School's act of stealing the water vein certainly harmed the interests of many sects and individual cultivators in the cultivation world in Central Region. However, the one who suffered the most was the Nine Mysteries Tower, which was currently being besieged by Mara's army. It could be said that everyone came to avenge the Nine Mysteries Tower, but not only did the Nine Mysteries Tower turn against them, but they also tricked these people. For a pure young practitioner of the Holy Land to do such a despicable thing, it was truly repaying kindness with enmity. This time, Eighth Sister Zhu sneaked out of the besieged Nine Mysteries Tower to eliminate the turbulence of the Qingming River's water vein. Most importantly, she wanted to call on the entire cultivation world to rescue the Nine Mysteries Tower, which had been besieged by Mara's army for 10 years. However, she did such a thing at this time. Looking at the two pure young practitioners who were directly tricked by Eighth Sister Zhu, one was pure young Laozu of the world's #1 family, and the other was Skyward Pavilion's Shiman Mingyu, who had a close relationship with the Nine Mysteries Tower and was also born in a holy land. Eighth Sister Zhu's act of repaying kindness with enmity was too extreme. The Central Plains cultivators, who were originally thinking of rescuing the Nine Profound Tower and putting an end to the Demon Luo calamity from the perspective of the bigger picture, immediately retreated. Who knew if this was a plot by the Nine Profound Tower? If they were to be scammed by Eighth Sister Zhu and become cannon fodder again, it would be too much of a waste. After all, the Yuan family and Skyward Pavilion were influential forces in the cultivation world. Although they didn't decide not to rescue the Nine Mysteries Tower from the cultivation world's fight against the disaster of Mara, they had already stated their severe condemnation of Eighth Sister Zhu's actions. At the same time, they reserved the possibility of seeking revenge on her at any time. For a time, the pure young Laozu, who was originally glorious in the cultivation world, became in existence like a street rat. Although he wasn't beaten up by everyone because of his high cultivation, there was no doubt that everyone didn't like him. As a result, the reputation of the Nine Mysteries Tower in the cultivation world declined a lot. At this time, as the biggest winner of the Battle of Luoxin Mountain, after returning to Qingming River, he immediately rode his spiritual pet mount, Black Tortoise, and headed north along the Qingyu Canal opened by Wuxing School. Lu Ping held a purple jade slip in his hand, and the contents recorded in it were continuously imprinted in Lu Ping's mind. Detailed explanation of Wuxing School's formation. This could be regarded as the most important inheritance of the Wuxing School's formation inheritance, and this complete inheritance of the formation was obtained by Lu Ping from the storage device of Golden Cicada Laozu, who died in his hands. Lu Ping was not very proficient in the formation, but he had a deep understanding of it. From this detailed explanation of the formation, Lu Ping could know that a considerable part of the formation inheritance of Wuxing School was influenced by the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth, so most of the formation achievements could be related to the 5 elements, especially the mastery of various terrains and veins. It was also because of Wuxing School's research and achievements in this aspect that they were able to steal the water vein of Qingming River by opening up the Qingyu Canal. However, Lu Ping saw a lot of the recorded contents, which were similar to the combination of the formation and magic power that was often used in the overseas cultivation world to guide the veins of earth, spiritual veins, and even islands. This detailed explanation of the formation would be of great use when he brought it back to Zhenling. Lu Ping was not a formation master, so he only knew a little about these things at most. However, what Lu Ping paid attention to was the loopholes, defects, and shortcomings of the formation inheritance of Wuxing School recorded in this detailed explanation of the formation, as well as various ways to crack the formation. After imprinting these things in his mind, Lu Ping put away the jade slip. The things recorded in this jade slip were vast and profound, and Lu Ping could not understand them all in a short time. He could only remember them for now, and ponder them bit by bit in the future when he had time and energy. With a flash of light in Lu Ping's hand, a ring of 5 colors appeared in his hand. This was a first tribulation spirit treasure from Golden Cicada Laozu. This spirit treasure ring was riding on the ring of 5 elements, and the 5 colors on the ring were divided into 5 elements. This spirit treasure could be directly used as a spirit treasure to fight against enemies, and at the same time, it could also be used as a formation plate tool to quickly set up a formation. For a formation master, it was a top-grade treasure. This spirit treasure could not be a better gift for Black Fox, but now this treasure was of great use to Lu Ping. At this time, there was still half of the water vein in Linglong's wine tripod. If Lu Ping refined it in the normal way of closed-door training, he would probably use half of it and lose the other half. However, in the detailed explanation of the formation left by Golden Cicada Laozu, Lu Ping found a formation called Spirit Gathering Formation of 5 Elements Reincarnation. This formation could turn the spirit veins of 5 elements for its own use, and the Ring of 5 Elements, this spirit treasure, was the key of the formation. If Lu Ping could use this formation to help him refine the water vein, he would get twice the result with half the effort, and Lu Ping's cultivation would usher in a rapid growth in a short time. Of these 2 treasures, one was a complete inheritance, and the other was a spirit treasure that could be used to arrange almost all the formations related to the 5 elements. It could be said that they were the treasures that Golden Cicada Laozu had, which Lu Ping valued the most. Of course, a great practitioner born in the Holy Land would not only have these few treasures, but the rest of the treasures were not essential to Lu Ping. In addition to taking away all the spirit items of heaven and earth and the top-grade spirit stones, Lu Ping only valued the jade slips that Golden Cicada Laozu used to record things casually. These things that Golden Cicada Laozu wrote down casually were very precious to Lu Ping. As a great practitioner born in the Holy Land and the #1 Grandmaster of formations in his sect, Golden Cicada Laozu's status was noble enough, and his knowledge was broad enough. In Lu Ping's eyes, the things he wrote down casually were all kinds of big events and secrets of the Wuxing school or the cultivation world, and these things were extremely important to Lu Ping. As for the more than 10 spirit items of heaven and earth collected by Golden Cicada Laozu, most of them were below the middle grade of the earth rank. There were only 3 kinds of the upper grade of the earth rank, and 1 kind of the middle grade and lower grade of the heaven rank. After Lu Ping had successfully sprouted the Samling 5 Elements leaf, he had obtained a fully matured 5 Elements leaf and 3 seeds. One of the seeds had been sprouted by Lu Ping with a wood phoenix golden core of the early stage of the core forging realm. This Samling 5 Elements leaf was sprouted to make up for the damaged essence of Heaven Laozu, and now it had already grown 3 leaves. Sprouting the Samling 5 Elements leaf was not an easy task. It required a large number of spirit items of heaven and earth to be prepared. Even with Lu Ping's wealth, he felt quite powerless. Therefore, although Lu Ping no longer cared about mystic and earth-grade spirit items, he had no choice but to collect them as much as possible. Lu Ping still had 2 seeds of the Samling 5 Elements leaf. Who knew when they would come in handy? Moreover, when Lu Ping had sprouted the first Samling 5 Elements leaf, it was immediately snatched away by the Dharma idol of the dragon. Moreover, the Dharma idol had carefully suppressed it in the pure young pearl. It could be seen that the Samling 5 Elements leaf was not only used to make up for a cultivator's damaged essence. As for the rest of the things, Lu Ping had handed them over to Dabao. Dabao would pick out the useful things for Lu Ping. As for the things that were not needed, he would sort them out and leave them to Lu Ping. Chapter 1253. A. Lu Ping suddenly turned around and stood up from the back of the black tortoise. His divine thought even created a breeze on the canal, spreading all the way to both sides of the canal. Soon, Lu Ping discovered something. The conveyance light under his feet flashed and brought up a stream of water. The water then scattered in the air and quickly turned into a mist, which then condensed into clouds. Lu Ping's body had disappeared in the clouds, and the condensed clouds also converged with the clouds in the sky at this time. It was difficult to see which cloud was the one Lu Ping was riding on, and which was the real one. Wave treading technique. After Lu Ping refined the pure yang spiritual treasure in half, he had a very deep understanding of the water transformation talisman, and his control of the North Sea 12 orthodox techniques became more and more proficient. Lu Ping's current divine thought level had far surpassed that of a grand cultivator and was even close to that of a pure yang cultivator. After his divine thought spread out without any hindrance, it could even cover a distance of 50 to 60 miles. Just 50 to 60 miles away from the canal, Lu Ping stepped on the clouds and spread his divine thought again. He muttered to himself, "What a familiar aura. Isn't this the aura of the pure yang cultivator, Laozu, who guided me to the Qingming River?" In the Qingming River, because the Wuxing school separated and led out a branch of the water vein, the entire Qingming River's water vein was abnormally turbulent. Lu Ping tried several times, but he could not enter it. In the end, he entered it under the guidance of a pure yang cultivator who passed by. This might be just a whim for the pure yang cultivator, but Lu Ping still remembered the aura of the pure yang cultivator very clearly. If it were not for the pure yang cultivator's help, Lu Ping would not have gained such a great benefit in the Battle of Luoxin Mountain. Violent spiritual energy fluctuations came from tens of kilometers away. It was clear that a great battle was taking place there. Moreover, the aura of this pure yang cultivator was mixed in the battle, causing Lu Ping to hesitate for a moment. A battle involving a pure yang cultivator was obviously not something that Lu Ping was willing to get involved in. Furthermore, from what Lu Ping could sense with his spiritual force, this pure yang cultivator's aura was fluctuating abnormally. This was obviously because he was seriously injured. Furthermore, from the looks of the battle, this pure yang cultivator, Laozu, did not seem to be in good condition. However, if he didn't go, Lu Ping would feel guilty for receiving help from this pure yang cultivator. After all, this pure yang cultivator had helped Lu Ping before. In the end, Lu Ping decided to go and take a look. It would naturally be best if he could help. However, if the situation was critical and Lu Ping might die if he went, then Lu Ping would not care about his conscience. After all, it was just a simple favor. It was not to the point where Lu Ping would risk his life to help. Lu Ping opened the cloud sail, and his whole body became even more ethereal among the clouds. Then, under the gentle breeze, he slowly moved towards the place with spiritual energy fluctuations. 30 kilometers away, Lin Yu Laozu was surrounded by the 5 great Juzi of Wuxing School. The 5 great Juzi joined forces to form the 5 elements formation and actually blocked the attack of the pure yang cultivator, Lin Yu Laozu, firmly trapped him in the formation. At this time, Lu Ping had slowly approached the sky not far away from the battle. However, when he saw the people fighting in the battle, Lu Ping was still slightly surprised. Lu Ping did not appear during the battle at Luoxin Mountain, so he did not recognize Lin Yu Laozu. At that time, this pure yang cultivator was obviously the one who helped him enter the water vein. However, at this time, this pure yang cultivator's face was as pale as paper, and his feet were unsteady. It was obvious that he was seriously injured and fighting with the 5 people in front of him. The 5 great Juzi of the 5 elements sect joined forces to block the attack of a pure yang cultivator. This might seem unbelievable to outsiders, but Lu Ping, who was in the situation, could clearly see the reason why. Although Lin Yu Laozu was a pure yang cultivator, at this time, he was seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced. Although the 5 great Juzi of 5 elements were only at the mid-Dharma stage, each of the 5 great Juzi was the best of the best among the cultivators of the same level. In the world of cultivation, even if they encountered a great cultivator at the late Dharma stage, they were confident that they could escape unscathed. These 5 great Juzi of Wuxing School were the first direct disciples of the 5 schools. Together with the support of the formation, it was completely possible for them to trap a severely injured pure yang cultivator. Moreover, at this time, it was not that Lin Yu Laozu did not have a chance to escape, but he might have to pay a higher price. Most importantly, there were 2 young early Dharma adepts beside Lin Yu Laozu. Although these 2 early Dharma adepts were not weak, they were not enough to deal with the 5 great Juzi of Wuxing School. Although the 2 of them were working hard to attack the 5 elements formation, in reality, they had become Lin Yu Laozu's burden. Lin Yu Laozu had to defend against the attacks of the 5 great Juzi of 5 elements and take care of these 2 people at the same time. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Senior Lin Yu, as long as you hand over the 2 people behind you, we will let you go. How about that? No matter what, you are a pure yang cultivator. Although we can trap you, if you are desperate and fight with your life, we will be dragged down with you. The person who spoke was a tall and well-built cultivator in his 30s. He looked honest, but his eyes were very lively. Among the 5 Juzi, Lu Ping had only seen the Juzi of the wood element, Mu Changxing, and the Juzi of the water element, Shui Jiro. The person in front of him occupied the leading position of the 5 elements formation and had a pure and strong earth element technique. He must be Tu Gaoshan, who had the highest level of cultivation among the Juzi of the 5 elements. As for the tall and skinny cultivator, he was skillful with fire magic, so he must be the Juzi of the fire element, Hua Wuliang. The last cultivator with 9 flying swords circling around him must be the Juzi of the metal element, Jin Jirue. Hihi, Wuxing School is full of people with flowery words. Do you think the old man didn't see the talisman you threw out earlier? That was the 1,000-mile voice talisman, wasn't it? I don't know who you called, Mu Lingzi or Jin Lingzi. The smile on Tu Gaoshan's face froze. These old monsters were all old and cunning. Obviously, it was very difficult to deceive them with their tricks. Fortunately, Tu Gaoshan didn't intend to let Lin Yu Laozu go. This person's sect had been destroyed by Wuxing School, so he was already an irreconcilable enemy with Wuxing School. The battle at Luoxin Mountain had caused a lot of trouble for Wuxing School. Now that he was seriously injured, he was like a tiger out of a mountain. It was the time for the Juzi of the 5 elements to show their power. Senior Lin Yu, you think too highly of yourself. In your current state, even us juniors aren't a match for you, so why bother Patriarch Ji? As long as a few second-generation great cultivators of our sect rush over, do you think you'll have any chance of victory? Lin Yu Laozu snorted coldly and didn't answer, but his face looked much worse. He was able to advance to the pure yang stage by a trick and a lot of luck. Among the pure yang cultivators, he was really not a good opponent. Now that he was seriously injured, if a few more grand cultivators of Wuxing School came, Lin Yu Laozu really couldn't deal with them. Humph, so Wuxing School is starting to take revenge on those cultivators who made things difficult for you at Luoxin Mountain. Does Wuxing School really want to be the enemy of the whole cultivation world? It seemed that Wuxing School had suffered a big loss in the battle at Luoxin Mountain, but in fact, the result was that the cultivators of various sects who had united after the battle dispersed. Coupled with the matter of 8th Sister Zhu, the loosely united sects became even more alienated from each other. However, Wuxing School, which had failed in their plot, didn't hide away. Instead, they began to secretly find trouble with several sects who had made things difficult for Wuxing School. This was the manifestation of the strong being respected in the cultivation world. The weak might be able to unite for a short time to check and balance the strong because of common interests, but that was all they could do. However, the weak could not always unite against external enemies. Once the alliance collapsed, the strong would be able to take advantage of it, and the weak would have to face attacks one by one. If they wanted to get rid of this method, they should never think about uniting. That could only play a temporary role. The fundamental thing was to become stronger. Only when they became strong, they could only bully others and not be bullied by others. That was why Zhenling was so obsessed with becoming a large sect. Almost all the Dharma adepts of the older generation were now fighting with their lives for this dream. Tu Gaoshan chuckled. He didn't agree with this, but he didn't refute it either. There was no one else here, and the few people in front of him were people who would definitely die. There was no need for them to hide their intentions from them. Lu Ping had received the inheritance Jade Scroll from Golden Cicada Laozu, so he naturally paid close attention to the 5 elements formation, which was a special skill of Wuxing School. Moreover, Lu Ping only looked at the way to break the 5 elements formation, so he didn't have to spend any effort to study the detailed operation of the 5 elements formation. He only cared about looking for loopholes and flaws. Therefore, in the short period of a month since the battle at Luoxin Mountain, Lu Ping's understanding of the 5 elements formation could be considered rough. From Lu Ping's point of view, when the 5 elements formation operated by the 5 elements formation, there were actually several opportunities to seriously injure or even kill the 2 early Dharma adepts that Lin Yu Laozu was protecting. However, they had all let it go. However, Lu Ping immediately understood the plan of the 5 elements formation. The 5 of them were very clear that Lin Yu Laozu still had the strength to fight back. At the very least, he had the ability to perish together with his enemies. Meanwhile, these 2 could be used very well to restrict Lin Yu Laozu's energy. Under the protection of the doppelgangers, it would be very difficult for Lin Yu Laozu to pose a threat to the 5 of them. He could only focus on protecting himself. As the saying goes, if you defend for too long, you will definitely lose. When the 5 elements formation operated, it was famous for the 5 elements complementing each other for a long time. The last thing they were afraid of was the loss of inner yuan. This made them confident that they could even fight a battle of attrition with a pure yang adept like Lin Yu Laozu. The seriously injured pure yang Laozu was nothing more than a toothless tiger in their eyes. However, they didn't expect that there was a dragon hiding in the sky not far away from them. Moreover, this dragon had already figured out their ins and outs and was still thinking of a sneak attack. This was undoubtedly a hidden disaster for the 5 elements formation. Chapter 1254. How could Lin Yu Laozu not see the situation he was in right now? It was just that the 2 early Dharma minor repairs that he was protecting behind him were the grand disciples of Luo Xin Laozu, who had saved his life when his own sect was destroyed. When he saved these 2, Lin Yu Laozu already knew that it was too late for Luo Xin sect. These 2 disciples that Luo Xin Laozu had risked her life to save were the last remnants of Luo Xin Laozu's legacy for the sect. Lin Yu Laozu naturally wanted to save the descendants of his old friend and benefactor. He had been a lone practitioner for most of his life and was now a pure yang practitioner. However, he had never thought about starting a sect, nor had he ever wanted to rebuild his once destroyed sect to continue its legacy. However, when he saw these 2 grand disciples of his old friend, he could not help but want to help his old friend fulfill his wish to continue the legacy of his sect. Even when he was already in a dangerous situation, he still did not want to break out of the encirclement on his own. Instead, he tried his best to protect the 2 sons of his old friend behind him. Lin Yu Laozu naturally knew that his actions were actually playing into the hands of Juzi of the 5 elements. However, as he looked at the 2 juniors behind him who were still trying their best to attack the 5 elements formation in an attempt to reduce the pressure on him, Lin Yu Laozu could not help but laugh at himself. Ever since the day his sect was destroyed, he had never thought about carrying anything on his back. That was why he had been a lone practitioner, free to roam the world. As someone who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred, he could single-handedly find trouble with Wuxing school. However, even though he was now a pure yang practitioner, he had never thought about leaving behind the legacy of his sect. But now, looking at the 2 little cultivators behind him shouldering the heavy burden of his old friend's entire sect, Patriarch Lin Yu suddenly realized that he had never thought of leaving anything behind since he came to this world. Perhaps he should have left something behind for his own sect, but he didn't know if he would have the chance to do so. It was too late in the end. At this moment, the Juzi of the 5 elements who were surrounding Lin Yu Laozu and the others suddenly became nervous. They could see that Lin Yu Laozu was acting strangely and thought that this pure yang practitioner was finally going to abandon the 2 burdens and escape. They all became more vigilant and the 5 elements formation spun even faster. The attacks between the Juzi also became more intense. Ancestor Lin Yu immediately returned to his senses. The Grade 1 Tribulation Spirit Treasure Jasper Wind flute in his hand rapidly spun above his head. Every time it spun, a flute would separate from it. The clear jasper bagpipes spun 5 times in the air. Each of the 5 bagpipes emitted a strange sound that could penetrate one's mind as they spun. They split up into 5 different positions and stabilized the situation of the battle once again. This old fellow really had a trump card up his sleeve. Tu Gaoshan gritted his teeth. These pure yang practitioners were not easy to deal with at all for Tu Gaoshan. Tu Gaoshan gave the other 4 people a look and suddenly threw an item into the 5 elements formation. Lin Yu Laozu did not know what this item was. Out of caution, he tried his best to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the item suddenly exploded in mid-air. 3 15 or 16-year-old children jumped out from it. After looking at the 5 elements formation for a while, they immediately joined forces to attack Tu Gaoshan. These were green sea snakes. Lin Yu Laozu was slightly stunned. Among the 3 green sea snakes in front of him, only the boy was a Dharma adept. The other 2 girls were only at the peak of the core forging stage. However, with the 3 of them working together, their strength was not any weaker than the 2 third-generation disciples of the Luo-Xin sect. But why would there be green sea snakes? The moment Samling appeared, he attacked the Wuxing school. However, the Juzi of the 5 elements did not care. For people like Samling or the 2 early Dharma adepts who were under Lin Yu Laozu's protection, they were not afraid of the Juzi of the 5 elements. The 5 elements formation was originally a method to defeat the strong with fewer people. On the contrary, the appearance of Samling increased the burden on Lin Yu Laozu once again. The moment Samling attacked, Lin Yu Laozu knew that these 3 children were basically asking for death. Lin Yu Laozu instinctively protected them. In mid-air, the green jade flute once again produced a flute shadow to protect Samling. Green sea snakes, what would happen if they died in the central plains? Tu Gaoshan had a sinister smile on his face, as if his plot had succeeded. He had some understanding of Lin Yu Laozu's character. Although Samling was very strong when they joined forces, their training was limited. No matter how strong they would not be a threat to the Juzi of the 5 elements. On the contrary, once Lin Yu Laozu protected them, they would definitely delay Lin Yu Laozu again. As for the 2 early Dharma adepts from the Luo-Xin sect, minor repairs, they were nothing to the Juzi of the 5 elements. From the very beginning, the Juzi of the 5 elements had wanted to deal with Lin Yu Laozu. The so-called killing of the Luo-Xin sect members was just an excuse to divert Lin Yu Laozu's attention. Lin Yu Laozu looked up into the sky. The clouds in the sky flashed past, and the sunlight that was hiding behind them suddenly burst out. For a moment, even Lin Yu Laozu could not help but squint under the light. No. This was not sunlight. This was the light of a sword. Although Lin Yu Laozu was seriously injured and only had 3 or 4 levels of training left, he immediately realized that something was wrong. This was all thanks to the sky-splitting sword sage, Xiao Baiyu, who had joined forces with him during the battle on Luo-Xin Mountain a month ago. His swordsmanship had left a deep impression on Lin Yu. This person was not Xiao Baiyu, but his swordsmanship revealed a charm that he had only seen from Xiao Baiyu. The light of the sword in front of him lacked the sharpness of the sky-splitting sword sage, but it was more domineering. Among the 5 elements rule, the person that Lu Ping wanted to deal with the most was Mu Changsheng. When Samling had been captured, Lu Ping had fought against the 2 great cultivators of Wuxing school. Mu Changsheng's sneak attack had almost caused Lu Ping to be doomed eternally. However, just as Lu Ping was hiding at the side and had seen through the 5 elements formation, he did not expect Tu Gaoshan to act smart and release Samling to delay Lin Yu Laozu. Without thinking, Lu Ping used Tu Gaoshan, who was the most difficult to deal with among the 5 elements rule. Lu Ping had seen the method to break the 5 elements formation in Laozu's formation inheritance. The 5 elements formation, which had been hastily set up by the 5 elements rule, actually had many flaws, and these flaws were in the 5 elements rule itself. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it so effortlessly. Lu Ping's sword light finally attracted the attention of the 5 elements rule. Tu Gaoshan's expression changed. He did not expect someone to sneak so close to him to launch an attack. The moment the sword light slashed down, Tu Gaoshan had used the 5 elements formation to restrain Lin Yu Laozu with the help of the other 5 people. Even worse, the power of the 5 elements formation had just been added to Mu Changsheng's body. At that moment, Tu Gaoshan's strength was at its lowest. Was this gap intentional or a fluke? Tu Gaoshan did not have time to think about it because the sword light had already approached him in an instant. Tu Gaoshan had to use his own strength to resist the sword light that fell from the sky. But at this moment, Ancestor Lin Yu suddenly burst forth as if he had a telepathic connection. Under his control, the Jasper Breeze flute in his hand attacked the other 4 cultivators one after another. The moment Lu Ping restrained Tu Gaoshan, the 5 elemental array's operation inevitably faltered for a moment. Ancestor Lin Yu seized this opportunity and disintegrated the 5 elemental array in one fell swoop. Clang, 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 clang. What fell from the sky was not one beam of sword light, but countless beams of sword light. Like a waterfall, they formed a long sword shadow in the sky. One by one, they chopped down on Tu Gaoshan's treasure. Tu Gaoshan might not be the strongest among the five elements formation, but he was definitely the most difficult to deal with. Moreover, his cultivation was the highest. He even dared to say that he was invincible among his peers with his defensive magical power. This was very similar to his grandmaster, Earth Spiritual Sun Laozu. It was just that a month ago, Earth Spiritual Sun's defense was broken by Xiao Baiyu's peerless swordsmanship and he was injured. Today, Lu Ping's thin water-flowing sword also turned one sword into 10,000 swords. Even with the enhancement of the spiritual treasure in his hand, Tu Gaoshan's defensive magical power was shaken by the continuous sword lights. The level 2 spiritual treasure in Tu Gaoshan's hand was personally bestowed by his grandmaster, Earth Spiritual Sun. Tu Gaoshan did not want to destroy the level 2 spiritual treasure in his hand because of this. Dodging and jumping, Tu Gaoshan was forced to temporarily leave the position he occupied by Lu Ping's sword light. However, it was not so easy to sit back down. Fortunately, Tu Gaoshan seemed to have sensed the strength of the person who was coming. Before he retreated to the position, he quickly shouted, "The formation can't hold on any longer. Be careful." Lin Yu Laozu was very experienced. Just as Tu Gaoshan was dodging and jumping, he had already sensed the weakness of the formation. He continuously attacked the 4 Juzi on the field. As for the other 4 Juzi, because the Earth Spiritual Sun was missing, the interlocking 5 elements formation suddenly became much weaker because of the lack of Tu Gaoshan. Lin Yu Laozu took the opportunity to break through the attacks of the 4 Juzi and killed his way out of the 5 elements formation. Behind him, the 2 early Dharma adepts from the Luo Xin sect and the Samling came out one after another. Without the 5 elements formation, the 4 Juzi did not dare to entangle with Lin Yu Laozu anymore. They could only hide in front of Lu Ping and Tu Gaoshan and make a defensive posture, waiting for the storm to come. However, the counterattack they imagined did not appear at all. Instead, there was a sudden scream from the battle between Lu Ping and Tu Gaoshan, which seemed to be Tu Gaoshan's own voice. The other 4 Juzi were shocked. When the person came, although they did not see his face clearly, the surging aura around him made them think that he was just a cultivator of the same level. Between cultivators of the same level, who in Wuxing school was afraid of? However, just as Samling followed Lin Yu Laozu out of the 5 elements formation, Samling all sniffed as if he had discovered something. Then Lu Hai shouted, "Father, is that you? Are you here to save us?" At the same time, Shui Jiro and Mu Changsheng also seemed to recognize the face of the person in front of them. "Lu Tianping, he is Lu Tianping of Beihai." Shui Jiro shouted at the crowd, but it was too late. Chapter 1255. The newcomer was Lu Tianping, the North Sea Celestial of Sword, who had traveled in Middle-earth for decades and earned the title of the #1 cultivator of the 3rd generation. Tu Gaoshan's heart sank. If it were someone else, he would definitely scoff at this title. #1 cultivator of the 3rd generation? Had he asked for the title? However, when Lu Tianping escaped from Wuxing School's pursuit at Qingming River, he was the guy who calmly retreated and injured one of them when he was surrounded by 2 great cultivators and attacked by Mu Changsheng from the side. Such accomplishments were accomplished by the great cultivators of the 5-element sector's foils, and this couldn't be faked at all. No matter how indignant Tu Gaoshan was, he knew that it was absolutely impossible for him to accomplish such a feat under those circumstances. Lu Tianping slashed out with his sword, and countless sword lights drew a long shadow in the sky, charging toward Tu Gaoshan one after another. They forced him away from the 5th earth position of the 5 elements formation and forced him to keep retreating. The sudden attacks that were like a violent storm made it hard for him to breathe. Even though he was retreating all the way, he couldn't catch his breath at all. The person in front of him seemed to have a true essence that was as thick as the sea, and when it was being operated, it was like a surging river that flowed endlessly. The sword techniques and divine abilities that were like a waterfall were pouncing on him one after another. Soon, Tu Gaoshan felt like his body was filled with dense sword light. These sword lights all revolved around him. From afar, the sword lights around Tu Gaoshan had formed a huge ball of sword light. Tu Gaoshan couldn't move at all. He could only rely on his defensive magic to protect himself. Tu Gaoshan could feel that the sword lights around him were like fish taking advantage of his weakness. As long as he revealed even the slightest flaw, the sword lights would immediately bite and tear at him, constantly widening the gap until the defensive magic was completely destroyed. The serial killing technique suddenly changed into the stone-piercing sword technique, then into the raging waves slapping shore sword technique, then into the 1,000 piles of snow sword technique, and the sword lights that he managed to block with great difficulty intertwined into the seeping sword technique. One after another, Lu Ping cast the great techniques and sword techniques with ease. He had never felt this way before. There were no longer any restraints in his sword techniques, and he could always cast the most suitable and sharp sword techniques at the most opportune time. Lu Ping's sword techniques were no longer restricted. He could cast them at will, but he could always cast the most suitable and sharpest sword techniques at the most opportune time. From the beginning to the end, Lu Ping had not performed any supreme divine ability. However, these great divine abilities of swordsmanship combined at will, waiting for the right opportunity to be launched. Tu Gaoshan, who had even performed the supreme divine ability, was out of breath. Lu Ping knew that at this moment, the divine abilities of swordsmanship were no longer limited to one form in his eyes. His understanding of the divine abilities of swordsmanship had once again broken through a bottleneck and entered a whole new realm. Tu Gaoshan, the tortoise shell, became the best practice target for Lu Ping at this time. As a result, Lu Ping immediately began to consolidate his swordsmanship after entering this new realm. However, the price he paid was that Tu Gaoshan was completely suppressed by Lu Ping. As the first heir of Wuxing School, he was now completely suppressed by Lu Ping and had no power to fight back. Such an unimaginable thing happened in front of the other 4 Juzi. "What? This is impossible," Hua the Infinitude screamed. He turned into a ball of fire and was about to crash into Lu Ping. Hua the Infinitude was also a proud person. He and Tu Gaoshan used the Juzi of the 5 elements, one attacking and the other defending. Usually, when they fought, neither of them could do anything to the other. In Hua the Infinitude's eyes, the real experts among the 3rd generation of cultivators in the world of cultivation were only on par with the 2 of them. Tu Gaoshan's fighting style meant that he could only be a stepping stone. Tu Gaoshan must be the one with the strongest defense among the 3rd generation of cultivators. As long as he could defeat Tu Gaoshan one day and use this stepping stone to ascend, no one in the 3rd generation of cultivators in the world of cultivation would be able to stop his attacks. However, before Hua the Infinitude could grow to the point where he could suppress Tu Gaoshan, this North Sea swordsman in front of him could actually beat Tu Gaoshan to the point where he could not fight back with the continuous great divine swordsmanship. This huge psychological gap immediately drove Hua the Infinitude crazy. He rushed forward desperately, wanting to prove that all this was fake. This was because the absolute power that Lu Ping had displayed made him feel suffocated. Hua the Infinitude's cultivation was already one step away from the late Dharma stage. He knew that no matter how hard he worked, he would most likely not be able to reach the level of Lu Ping before he reached the late Dharma stage. He would rather not believe that all this was not real. He wanted to join forces with Tu Gaoshan to completely tear this minor repairs, who came from the poorest place in the world of cultivation, into pieces. This kind of person should not have appeared in the world of cultivation, especially not in such a poor place as the North Sea. However, Lin Yu Laozu was a dignified pure yang. Previously, Laozu had almost been trapped by a few minor repairs, who were 2 generations younger than him. As a pure yang adept, where could he put his face? Now that he had broken out of the formation, there was actually someone who dared to look down on him. This time, no matter how good-tempered Lin Yu Laozu was, he was enraged. With a yi-ya-ya sound from his mouth, Hua the Infinitude, who had just flown into mid-air, suddenly swayed as if he was drunk. An intense pain came from his divine consciousness, causing Hua the Infinitude to roar in mid-air like a mad beast. If the other 3 Juzi had not sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly joined forces to surround and attack Lin Yu Laozu, who knew whether Hua the Infinitude, a direct descendant of the Holy Land of Wuxing School, would have gone crazy just like that. Shui Jiro and the others were immediately suppressed by Lin Yu Laozu, who had been freed up. If Lin Yu Laozu's injuries were not so severe, he would not have been able to fight against the 4 minor repairs, who had already lost the support of the formation, until now. At this moment, Lin Yu Laozu could actually retreat with the burden beside him, and the 4 Juzi of the 5 elements would definitely not be able to stop him. However, at this moment, Lu Ping was still fighting happily on the other side. With Lin Yu Laozu's insight, he could naturally see that Lu Ping was entering a rare state of epiphany. If Lu Ping had not saved him just now, Lin Yu Laozu would definitely be in an extremely sorry state when he was trapped in the 5 elements formation. At this moment, he naturally would not leave. Instead, he restrained the other 4 Juzi, preventing them from destroying Lu Ping's current epiphany. Seeing that the situation had turned in an instant, Shui Jiro did not know how to get out of the predicament she was in. She turned her eyes and saw Samling and the others on the other side, so she hurriedly shouted, "Kill these minor repairs." Hua Wuliang, Mu Changxing, and Jin Jirue, who had calmed down from the madness, all understood. While they were trying their best to hold off Lin Yu Laozu, they attacked the 2 cultivators from Luo Xin sect and Samling. Samling had a tacit understanding between them, and they had many treasures left behind by Lu Ping, so they could actually block one of the attacks. However, the other 2 cultivators from Luo Xin sect were not so lucky, and they were directly blasted away by Hua Wuliang's fire soaring. At this moment, the 2 of them finally understood that the gap between them and the ruler of the 5 elements was actually so great, and it was even to the extent that they couldn't even withstand a casual attack from one of the ruler of the 5 elements. Both of them weren't stupid, so they naturally immediately understood that they'd become a burden to Ancestor Lin Yu in the 5 element formation earlier, and they weren't taken seriously by the ruler of the 5 elements at all. Another loud roar came from the sky. At this moment, 2 Gaoshan had been surrounded by Lu Ping's swordsmanship like a ball of sword light, and it was also at this moment that the change happened. The sword lights surrounding 2 Gaoshan were the sword lights left behind by Lu Ping's swordsmanship during this period of time. However, these sword lights seemed to have a life of their own. They did not dissipate after Lu Ping's next swordsmanship. Instead, they were densely packed like piranhas, nailing onto 2 Gaoshan's defensive swordsmanship. It was enough to make one's scalp go numb. At this moment, Lu Ping's swordsmanship changed again. The 2 swords of the thin water unstoppable sword circled, and the 129,600 sword lights and the densely packed sword lights around 2 Gaoshan moved at the same time. The originally aimless sword lights seemed to have been set up by Lu Ping. The moment the 100 rivers run into the sea was activated, these loose sword lights suddenly became the foundation of Lu Ping's swordsmanship. Sword formation. It was a sword formation. From the beginning, any of Lu Ping's great swordsmanship was a setup. 2 Gaoshan had unknowingly been surrounded by the sword formation that Lu Ping had set up inadvertently. The sword lights that seemed to dissipate on their own revealed their fangs at this moment. Under the leadership of the thin water unstoppable sword, they formed a perfect trap that directly trapped 2 Gaoshan in the center of the sword formation. The 100 rivers run into the sea. At this moment, Lu Ping's control of the supreme swordsmanship had finally reached the realm of great success. The 100 rivers run into the sea was not just a huge whirlpool of swordsmanship that could be used to strangle all opponents. It was also a supreme swordsmanship that could contain all the swordsmanship in the world for one's own use. It was the highest goal of the 2 supreme swordsmanships of the North Sea 12 orthodox techniques. When the water ape called out Zhao Daren's inheritance when he killed the cauldron of heaven and earth, Lu Ping already knew that whether it was the 100 rivers run into the sea or the changing seas into mulberry fields, they were the means that Zhao Daren had used to create the world. They were the true divine powers of creation. 2 Gaoshan, who was trapped by Lu Ping's sword array, was like a boiled egg that was easily peeled off layer by layer in the face of the sea of 100 rivers. In the end, 2 Gaoshan could only let out an unwilling and fearful roar before he abruptly stopped moving. The first heir disciple of Wuxing School had fallen. Chapter 1256. The fact that 2 Gaoshan was torn apart so easily by Lu Ping completely shocked the other 4 Juzi. Lin Yu Laozu was a little flustered when he attacked the two cultivators from Luo Xin sect and Samling. The four Juzi looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Suddenly, Mu Changsheng shouted, "Retreat!" The four of them used the trump cards that they were most proud of in their lives. At this moment, no one wanted to hold anything back. The supreme magical powers that they had carefully honed, and with the help of the spiritual treasures that Wuxing School had prepared for them, they smashed toward Lin Yu Laozu and the people who were protecting him. Lin Yu Laozu was an arrow at the end of its flight, so he did not dare to face the madness of these people head-on. He swung the breeze flute in his hand, and a wave of air blew the four people hundreds of feet away. Lin Yu Laozu's feet flashed, and he managed to avoid the desperate magical powers that the four people used to cover his retreat. However, his surging qi and blood were like a volcano that was about to erupt in his body. However, Lin Yu Laozu was a pure young cultivator after all. He would not let these juniors run wild in front of him. The breeze flute in his hand seemed to have caught something in the air. He suddenly flicked the spiritual treasure in his hand, and Hua the Infinitude, who was flying in front of him, suddenly cried out in pain and fell from the sky. Shui Jiro and Jin Jirue were shocked. They hurriedly carried Hua the Infinitude to the left and right, and flew all the way while Mu Changsheng stayed behind to cover their retreat. When he saw that Lin Yu Laozu had gotten up to chase after them, he turned around and chased after the other three. Ancestor Lin Yu, whose face was pale, finally suppressed the blood in his heart with great difficulty, but he was still injured on top of his injuries in the end. However, when he raised his head to look at the person who had trapped and killed Tu Gaoshan earlier, he discovered that the person had suddenly disappeared. Although the spiritual treasure in Tu Gaoshan's hand was only a first tribulation spiritual treasure, it was a rock shield that mainly focused on defense. Tu Gaoshan himself was famous for being as immovable as a mountain, and most of his magical powers were focused on defense. However, after Lu Ping gained a deeper understanding of swordsmanship, the thin water flow sword, which was also a first tribulation spirit treasure, shredded Tu Gaoshan and the first tribulation spirit treasure into pieces with the 100 rivers flow into the sea sword array. At this moment, Lu Ping was in the mood to comprehend his swordsmanship. He was filled with killing intent and wanted to use Tu Gaoshan to practice his swordsmanship. Tu Gaoshan, who only knew how to defend himself, couldn't satisfy Lu Ping's desire to practice his swordsmanship. Lu Ping, who was paying close attention to the battle on the other side, immediately saw the other four retreating the moment Tu Gaoshan fell. Mu Changsheng. This person was once saved by Lu Ping and Su Jin in the Land of Five Elements, but he almost made Lu Ping suffer a great loss outside the Qingming River. In order to neutralize his vibrant fallen leaves spell, Lu Ping even wasted half a portion of the myriad wonder dew. A blue light flashed and Tu Gaoshan's storage mystic instrument flew into Lu Ping's hand. Then, he pointed his other hand at the cyan light from afar. Mu Changsheng, who was flying, felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly felt that he was being stared at, and all the hair on his body stood up. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something, and he reached out to grab a handful of flowers from the flower basket and threw them forward. A shower of flowers fell in front of him. As the rain of flowers fell, nearly a third of the petals fell in the space 10 feet in front of Mu Changsheng, but they strangely made a turn, as if they were attracted by something. A blue flying sword covered in petals suddenly appeared 10 feet in front of Mu Changsheng, but Mu Changsheng was already prepared. He casually plucked a green leaf from the flower basket, and it immediately turned into a wooden shield to block the watergloom sword. The watergloom sword shook, and the petals attached to the sword were immediately shattered by the sword chi. The watergloom sword disappeared into the void after missing its target. Mu Changsheng's expression was solemn, and he was about to fly away again when the space in front of him split open again. A purple halo rushed out of the space, smashing towards Mu Changsheng's head. It was telekinesis, and it was continuous telekinesis even after the aftermath of the battle. Mu Changsheng knew very well who had attacked, and why this person had targeted him. Before the purple halo could hit Mu Changsheng, it was covered by the falling leaves and petals, unable to advance any further. But before Mu Changsheng could breathe a sigh of relief, the purple halo suddenly shook, and another halo separated from it, then fell towards Mu Changsheng's head. The bracelets were originally a pair of jade bracelets, but Lu Ping had combined them to block Mu Changsheng's attack. Now that Mu Changsheng's attack was blocked, the bracelets suddenly split apart. Although the bracelets still couldn't hurt Mu Changsheng, they were enough to catch him off guard. Telekinesis was continuous telekinesis. Even a monstrous existence like Lu Ping could not guarantee that the numinous treasure would be able to unleash a fraction of its power. Against someone like Mu Changsheng, it was already very rare for it to be able to slightly delay his escape. In Lu Ping's eyes, it was very normal for Mu Changsheng to be able to dodge this hidden attack, and it was exactly what he had calculated. After being continuously attacked by Lu Ping's spatial abilities, Mu Changsheng had unknowingly deviated from the direction of the other three Juzi. Mu Changsheng's heart sank. He saw that Lu Ping had already taken the opportunity to catch up with him on his two flying swords. The pair of flying swords under his feet shot out, and a sword torrent crashed towards Mu Changsheng's back like a falling river. After Lu Ping cultivated the Sea of 100 Rivers to the greater success stage, he felt like he could cast the Great River Flows East at will. Not only that, but the power of the Great River Flows East had also increased again. Lu Ping could even use the Sea of All Rivers sword art to reverse engineer it. He had a hunch that it wouldn't be long before he could push the brand new Great River Flowing East sword art to the level of Supreme God Power. This was a Supreme God Power sword technique that he had created after improving it. In the cultivation world, only pure young cultivators could create Supreme God Powers. After witnessing Lu Ping's sword technique that killed two Gaoshan like peeling an egg, Mu Changsheng was already frightened by Lu Ping's sword technique. Seeing that the surging sword torrent was catching up to him, Mu Changsheng scattered a handful of seeds from the flower basket without thinking. Then, the seeds absorbed the surrounding water vapor in midair, and even the clouds around him became a lot lighter. After the seeds absorbed enough water in an instant, vines broke out from the seeds and began to grow. Then, they waved behind Mu Changsheng and collided with the torrent of sword techniques that were coming at him. Taking advantage of the moment when the Great River Flowing East sword art was blocked, countless branches, vines, petals, and green leaves flew out of the flower basket in Mu Changsheng's hand and formed a door in front of him. Mu Changsheng stepped into it and immediately disappeared. Then, the branches and leaves that formed the door began to wither and eventually became withered flowers and willows that scattered in midair. The waving vines were quickly harvested by the sword torrent. Lu Ping stood at the head of the tide and looked at the door that Mu Changsheng had left through. He smiled and said, "It's really interesting." Then, the sword torrent under his feet stretched out in midair, forming a sword bridge across the void. On the other side of the sword bridge, it went deep into the void, leading to an unknown place. In a forest dozens of miles away, several big trees with entangled branches and leaves suddenly moved without any wind. The branches and leaves that were stuck together slowly retracted, forming a simple arched door. A green light curtain hung down, and Mu Changsheng immediately tore the light curtain and walked out of the simple door. That was close. Lu Tianping's strength has grown so fast. Mu Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. The two giant trees that formed the spatial door behind him had lost their vitality and were rapidly withering. The branches and leaves on the trees had also begun to rustle and fall. But before he could completely relax, the two withering trees behind him suddenly turned into wood splinters amidst a series of crackling sounds. A bridge of sword light followed closely behind Mu Changsheng, tearing through the space behind him. Mu Changsheng jumped up like a frightened rabbit. He turned around and tried to escape without thinking. Lu Ping, who was behind him, stepped on the sword bridge and walked out of the spatial door. He looked around and said with a smile, "This is a good place for you." Mu Changsheng knew that this fight was inevitable, so he didn't say anything. Fortunately, he had considered this when he had decided to exert his space magic to come here. The forest was dense, and it was indeed an area where Mu Changsheng could exert his strength to the fullest. "Brother Lu, why are you so aggressive? Although I don't want to bully people with the power of my school, if I act like this, I will bring trouble to my school." Lu Ping sneered and said, "2 Gaoshan has already died at my hands. Will the Wuxing school let me go?" Mu Changsheng was silent, but he held the flower basket tighter in his hand. Lu Ping didn't waste any more words with him. The thin water-flowing sword cut the numerous branches in front of Mu Changsheng into pieces. But Mu Changsheng had already disappeared into the forest. However, as Lu Ping sneered, a painful groan came from dozens of feet away. The ghostly water sword had pierced through a tree trunk as thick as a bucket, and Mu Changsheng's figure was slowly revealed. He had been nailed to the tree trunk by the ghostly water sword that Lu Ping had prepared. Lu Ping had already calculated Mu Changsheng's next move when he had exerted his space magic to chase him into the forest. The ghostly water sword had already circled behind him while Lu Ping was talking to him. Mu Changsheng had never expected that Lu Ping's divine will was much stronger than his, and that Lu Ping could even multitask when facing an opponent like him. What a pity. If you had the courage to fight with me, you wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Lu Ping walked forward slowly. The thin water-flowing sword was already pointed at Mu Changsheng, completely blocking all his escape routes. Chapter 1257. However, at this moment, Lu Ping frowned slightly. He saw a hint of coldness flash through Mu Changsheng's eyes. Immediately, Lu Ping sensed many things and stopped in his tracks. Instead of advancing, he retreated. A bell that looked like a giant bell fell from the sky and almost covered Lu Ping. Rain bell. Shui Jiro had arrived. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and the water ghost sword was pulled out of Mu Changsheng's body. He wanted to stab again, but unfortunately, Mu Changsheng did not give him the chance. He immediately used the wood escape technique and appeared beside Shui Jiro. Lu Ping secretly sighed. The thin water unstoppable sword sprinkled sword light all around him, defending Lu Ping's body. Immediately, a wave of sword light flew towards Lu Ping. Suddenly, a dense sound rang out around Lu Ping's body. Jin Jirui's sneak attack had no chance of success against the seeping sword technique. Lu Ping made a quick decision. He turned around and retreated without the slightest hesitation. It was a small matter that Shui Jiro and Jin Jirui came to help, but the Five Elements Juzi had clearly used a secret technique to inform the great cultivators of Wuxing School. At this time, Hua Wuliang, who had been seriously injured by Lin Yu Laozu, was not around. Obviously, Shui Jiro and the others had already met up with the reinforcements. At this time, they were either cutting off his own path of retreat, rushing towards Lin Yu Laozu, or both. No matter which one it was, Lu Ping could not stay here any longer. Unfortunately, it was a moment too late. Otherwise, Mu Changsheng would definitely die without a burial place. Lu Ping's feet flashed and he was already dozens of feet away. However, Jin Jirui and Shui Lingzi were still chasing after him. At this time, Lu Ping's divine sense had already detected the auras of two great cultivators coming in his direction. In front of him, Jin Jirui and Shui Jiro rushed towards him like crazy. Even Mu Changsheng, whose shoulder had been pierced by Lu Ping, endured the pain and struggled to help the two of them to stop Lu Ping from leaving. The rain bell rang. Not far away, Lu Ping, who was about to flash behind a giant tree, could not help but slow down. Jin Jirui was delighted. In a flash, his figure had already turned into a sharp light and slashed towards Lu Ping. Mu Changsheng's eyes flickered. He seemed to have sensed something wrong and hurriedly said, "Be careful, it's a trap." As soon as Mu Changsheng's voice fell, Jin Jirui's light slash had already broken through Lu Ping's body. However, the body in front of him turned into a pool of water and splashed. Jin Jirui was stunned. At this time, Mu Changsheng's shout came from behind. Jin Jirui knew something was wrong. He tiptoed and wanted to retreat. At the same time, he was ready to deal with any possible attack with the spiritual treasure in his hand. However, until Jin Jirui and Mu Changsheng and the others met, Lu Ping did not attack again. At this time, two escape lights descended from the sky. The three Juzi hurriedly came forward to greet them. One of the great cultivators frowned slightly after hearing the three's words. He swept the surroundings with his divine sense and said, "Don't look for him. He has already left." The other great cultivator said, "Let's chase after him. This person might be meeting up with Lin Yu Laozu." We can hurry over and join forces with senior brother Mu and senior brother Jin. Perhaps we can kill one of them. The four of them fled on the light. Shueijiro wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she could not help but ask, "Martial uncles, how is senior brother Hua's injury?" The two great cultivators' expressions immediately darkened. The first great cultivator was clearly a little irritable. He said, "Xiao Hua is crippled." Crippled? Shueijiro and the other two were furious. Jin Jirue had the best relationship with Hua Wuliang. When he heard this, he could not help but say with an unusually emotional tone, "How can he be crippled?" Senior brother Hua was only injured by Lin Yu Laozu. He did not even faint. How can he be crippled? Hua Wuliang's questioning tone did not anger the two second-generation great cultivators. The other great cultivator explained, "It's not that he's crippled. It's just that Lin Yu Laozu has a very strange supreme magical power that specifically targets one's divine sense. It seems to be an ancient inheritance that is specially made to imitate the magical power of the devil-devouring soul. It is the most difficult to defend against. Xiao Hua's divine sense is damaged and there is basically no possibility of recovery. I'm afraid his cultivation will only be at the mid-Dharma stage for the rest of his life." The three Juzi of Wuxing School did not know what to say. Compared to their arrogance, Hua Wuliang's situation was indeed no different from being crippled. They did not expect that two of the five Juzi of Wuxing School, who were famous in the cultivation world, had been defeated in one day, and another had been pierced by a sword. If it were not for the fact that reinforcements had arrived early, perhaps three of the five Juzi of Wuxing School would have been lost today. This was all caused by Lu Tianping of the North Sea. The veins on Mu Changsheng's forehead bulged. Besides being furious, another half of it was fear. He was clearly aware of Lu Tianping's strength, and he didn't want to experience the feeling of Lu Tianping nailing him to the tree with that elusive sword strike a second time. "Uncle Master, that Lu Tianping is only from a medium-sized school in the North Sea. How dare he?" Mu Changsheng said tentatively. The first great cultivator glanced at Mu Changsheng and said, "Now that our school is like a big tree that attracts the wind, and the North Sea is far away and closed off, it's not a good idea to act recklessly." Mu Changsheng's face turned red. He knew that his uncle master had seen through his thoughts, so he nodded and said no more. At this moment, they passed through a thick cloud in mid-air. For a moment, they felt like they were in a dream, as if they were immortals. However, they did not care and just continued to fly. They did not notice that the cloud around them was getting thicker and thicker, and it had already covered their figures. However, their divine thoughts were not affected in the cloud, so they did not care. They just wanted to meet up with the two great cultivators from Wuxing School who were trying to stop Lin Yu Laozu as soon as possible. The other great cultivator said, "That Junling has a great influence in the North Sea now. It is a school that will soon be promoted to a large school. This time, all the cultivators in the world are gathering in Jiushuan. I heard that Junling has also sent a cultivator here. If we take this opportunity to kill him in the battle against Mara without anyone knowing, we can avoid people's attention." Mu Changsheng's eyes lit up, but then it was as if he had seen something terrifying. His pupils suddenly widened, and he wanted to say something. Unexpectedly, when he opened his mouth was filled with bloody foam and pieces of internal organs. As soon as the other great cultivator finished speaking, a low voice suddenly resounded by Mu Changsheng's ears. As expected, "You really can't be allowed to live." How could Mu Changsheng not know that this was the voice of Lu Tianping of the North Sea who had left earlier? He did not leave. How did he avoid the detection of so many people? Mu Changsheng's mind raced, and he opened his mouth to shout. Unexpectedly, he felt a chill from the back of his heart. A sharp blade had pierced into Mu Changsheng's heart. Then, the sharp blade suddenly twisted, and Mu Changsheng could clearly feel the space in his heart shattering. His vitality was rapidly flowing out of his body. He suddenly opened his hands as if he wanted to grab something, but in the end, he could only let out a shrill scream. "Senior brother Mu!" Shueijiro cried out in alarm. She stretched out her hand to catch Mu Changsheng's falling body, but she heard the two great cultivators next to her shout, "You scoundrel!" The two great cultivators were both shocked and furious. They swept past Shueijiro and pounced on the assassin who had killed Mu Changsheng. But this way, Shueijiro could not catch Mu Changsheng. His body fell to the ground, and blood flowed out of his mouth as he fell, forming a long line of blood in the air. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the sky, but he was no longer alive. How could it be, that Lu Tianping did not leave, but was lurking around them? But how did he avoid the detection of the two great cultivators? How could Lu Tianping kill people under the noses of the two great cultivators without them noticing? Thinking about it, Lu Tianping had only come for Mu Changsheng this time. If he had come for Shueijiro and Jin Jirue, they would not have been able to escape from Lu Ping's assassination. Shueijiro and Jin Jirue did not immediately stop Lu Ping with the two great cultivators, but when they looked at each other, they understood each other's thoughts. A chill rose in their hearts, and they desperately suppressed this fear. Bang! Bang! There were two loud sounds in succession, and the clouds in the surroundings suddenly churned, and then there was no more sound. The two spirit treasures, the rain bell and the golden Rui saber, were taken out by the two, but they did not immediately cooperate with the two great cultivators to chase after Lu Tianping. Instead, they first protected each other, and then carefully chased after the two great cultivators. In the end, the two great cultivators found nothing. Lu Tianping, who was hiding in the clouds in the air, suddenly seemed to have disappeared. No matter how the two great cultivators searched, they could not find any trace of him. This time, not only Shueijiro and Jin Jirue, but also the two great cultivators began to feel scared. With Lu Ping's stealthy assassination method and his astonishing strength, which was comparable to that of a great cultivator, it did not seem difficult for him to assassinate a great Dharma adept. When Shueijiro and Jin Jirue rushed over, one of the great cultivators finally thought of something and said, "This cloud is strange, let's get out of here quickly." Shueijiro and Jin Jirue secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the conveyance light under their feet immediately sped up. Knowing that they had rushed out of the cloud, they did not stop at all, and when they disappeared into the horizon, the four of them left in a hurry like stray dogs. Cough, cough, hastily defending against the two great cultivators' attacks, even someone as strong as Lu Ping's qi and blood churned for a moment, and he suffered some internal injuries. I didn't expect that we could really avoid them. Of course. A giant praying mantis walked back and forth on Lu Ping's shoulder and said, "Why don't you take a look at your background? As long as there is water, you can avoid everyone's detection. Otherwise, how could you escape from the foot of Luoshin Mountain back then? If the water transformation divine talisman can't even cover your tracks, how could Taoist Chan, the ancestor of the assassins, be so fearful of the other six Laozu even though he is the weakest among the heaven-opening seventh patriarch?" Chapter 1258. Of the 5 great disciples of Wuxing School, 2 were dead and 1 was crippled. 2 of them were killed by Lu Ping. Naturally, Lu Ping could imagine the anger of the entire Wuxing School. However, the 5 elemental sect was now completely isolated from the rest of the sect. They couldn't even fend for themselves, and the impact of the battle on Luoshin Mountain was far-reaching. The 5 elemental sect would have to keep a low profile for a period of time, so Lu Ping wasn't afraid that the 5 elemental sect would run to the distant North Sea and cause trouble for Zhenling sect. Lu Ping was not worried that Lin Yu Laozu and the rest would be found. After all, they were pure young cultivators. If they did not even have this little bit of vigilance, they would not have survived until now. As expected, when Lu Ping sneaked to the place where the 5 great disciples of 5 elements attacked Lin Yu Laozu, there were no signs of another battle. The cultivators of Wuxing School were nowhere to be seen. They must have gone to other places to search. However, Lu Ping soon found the tracking mark that Samling had left behind. This was specially left by Samling for Lu Ping. At a call, Lu Ping met Lin Yu Laozu again. "He, old man has to thank you for your help. Otherwise, old man would have been in big trouble this time. I'm afraid the legacy of my old friend's sect would have been cut off." The 2 cultivators from Luoshin sect blushed. At this moment, they naturally knew that if it were not for them, Lin Yu Laozu would not have been trapped by the 5 great disciples of 5 elements even if he was seriously injured. It could be said that Lu Ping had saved Lin Yu Laozu or the two of them. In fact, Lin Yu Laozu had always been confident that he could escape unscathed. Luo Xin sects Qin Gang and Qin Yu thank Lu Daoyu for saving our lives. Senior, you must be joking. Brother Qin, please don't be like this. It's just a piece of cake. Besides, I have a grudge against the Wuxing school. A few demon cultivators who followed me were also captured by the Wuxing school. I have to save them no matter what. With that, Lu Ping bowed to Lin Yu Laozu and said, I still have to thank Senior for your help in the Qingming River. Seeing the shock on Lin Yu Laozu's face, Lu Ping hurriedly explained the whole story. Of course, Lu Ping naturally wouldn't say anything about Luoxin Mountain. According to Lu Ping, when the water vein was shaken by the water ape artifact spirit, he was already thrown out. Lin Yu Laozu couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would have such a good karma with Lu Ping. He could only sigh at heaven's will. If I hadn't seen the minor repairs of the 3 green sea snakes, the old man wouldn't have known that Lu Xiaoyu is the North Sea water sword immortal who is famous in the entire cultivation world of the central mainland. You are the number 1 cultivator among the 3 generations. Lin Yu Laozu's praise made Lu Ping blush with shame. He quickly waved his hand and said, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the central mainland. How can I be called the number 1 cultivator? Senior, you are flattering me. The Samling had suffered a great disaster this time. Although they weren't abused by the Wuxing school because of their identity, the 3 of them had disobeyed Lu Ping's instructions after all. Lu Ping wanted to reprimand them and teach them a lesson. However, when Lu Linga saw Lu Ping, her face was already full of tears. Lu Ping had no choice but to change his cold face and comfort her with kind words. Now that the Samling had been found, Lu Ping wanted to say goodbye to Lin Yu Laozu and the others. However, when Lu Ping looked at Lin Yu Laozu's face, he pondered for a moment and said, Senior, you are seriously injured. It seems that your injuries have worsened, and even your origin has suffered some damage. Lin Yu Laozu's face showed a trace of surprise. Although his current strength was less than 20% or 30%, it was not difficult for someone to see that he was injured. It was rare for someone to see the severity of his injury. However, he didn't expect that Lu Ping could see the injury in his body at a glance. The injury to the origin made Lin Yu Laozu's face slightly dim, but he still chuckled and said, I didn't expect that Lu Xiaoyu could see it. Lu Ping said seriously, forgive me for being straightforward. If you don't recover from your injury as soon as possible, your strength will inevitably be affected. I'm afraid that I won't be able to make any progress in the future. Lin Yu Laozu smiled bitterly and said, even if my origin is not damaged, the old man will not be able to make any progress. Lu Ping was startled, but he still said, I know a few pill formulas that can heal pure young practitioners. If you have nothing to do, why don't you wait for a couple of days? I'll refine them for you. This time, not only did Lin Yu Laozu look surprised, Qin Yu and Qin Gang, who were beside him, also widened their eyes. To be able to refine pills that could heal pure young practitioners, one must at least be a top pill refinement grandmaster. Lin Yu Laozu was stunned and said, I didn't expect Lu Xiaoyu to be a pill refinement grandmaster. The old man has been disrespectful. However, the old man has recently been invited by Xiao Baiyu and has to make a trip to the 9 Mysteries Tower. I'm afraid it won't be good to delay. The 9 Mysteries Tower? Lu Ping was taken aback and asked, has the evil Luo's encirclement been lifted? No, but the 9 Mysteries Tower has been besieged for more than a decade. As a sacred place, the cultivation world will naturally not sit back and do nothing. Mara's disaster is a disaster for the entire cultivation world. If there is a precedent, the cultivation world will be even more disunited. In the future, when fighting against Mara's invasion, the losses will be even greater. Lu Ping blinked his eyes. It was not that he did not agree with what Lin Yu Laozu said, but Lu Ping had heard about 8th Sister Zhu's incident in the cultivation world. He knew that Lin Yu Laozu was also a participant in the Battle of Luoxin Mountain, so he said, then the incident of 8th Sister Zhu abandoning her allies and escaping alone is fake? From Lu Ping's point of view, If such a thing happened during the rescue of the Nine Mysteries Tower, it would definitely disappoint many cultivators. Who would dare to rescue the Nine Mysteries Tower? What if they were betrayed by 8th Sister Zhu and the others again? Lin Yu Laozu smiled bitterly and said, at the moment of life and death, no matter how selfish a person is, it is never too much. If Shimen Mingyu and 8th Sister Zhu had blocked Shui Lingzi's attack for Yuan Xiaotian, it was most likely that the three of them would be entangled by the pure young 5 disciples at the same time. 8th Sister Zhu abandoning Shimen Mingyu to escape alone is actually the same reason. Rather than both of them dying, it is better to escape alone. Seeing that Lu Ping's expression was still somewhat loyal, Lin Yu Laozu continued, in fact, whether it is us, Skyward Pavilion, or the Yuan clan, we all understand this principle. It is just that this behavior is ultimately not welcomed by others. Previously, the Yuan clan and Skyward Pavilion had a tacit understanding that this matter would at most be reduced to a small matter. At most, they would feel uncomfortable when they see each other in the future. However, now that this thin layer of paper has been poked through by Wuxing School, for the sake of their own reputation, they have no choice but to do something. However, the disaster of Mara is ultimately a great disaster. The Yuan clan, Skyward Pavilion, and the Nine Mysteries Tower are all great clans that have been passed down since the beginning of the world. Naturally, they will not fight to the death for a pure yang. Lu Ping nodded. In the end, he understood Lin Yu Laozu's meaning. However, he heard Lin Yu Laozu say, however, 8th Sister Zhu was still criticized by the cultivation world this time. 8th Sister Zhu was also strong-willed. She even single-handedly charged into Mara's army that was besieging the Nine Mysteries Tower and brought out the corpse of a heavenly demon. She won the praise of many people in the cultivation world. Lu Ping was taken aback. Lu Ping knew what a heavenly demon meant. This kind of existence was usually protected by 7 or 8 asuras. It should be known that usually 3 or 4 asuras could fight against a pure young cultivator if they joined forces, and 5 or 6 asuras could beat a pure young cultivator to the point of fleeing like a rat. And a heavenly demon protected by 7 or 8 asuras had strength equivalent to a pure young cultivator. It was already not easy for 8th Sister Zhu to kill her way into the siege of Mara's army and then kill her way out. Killing another heavenly demon could be considered a narrow escape from death. Just this point alone was indeed admirable. Lin Yu Laozu added, this time, the Nine Mysteries Tower can be said to be a gathering of experts. According to fellow Daoist Xiao, many overseas sects are also participating. Lu Xiaoyu, why don't you go and take a look? This time, Lu Ping was a little tempted. Cultivation wasn't all about hard work. More importantly, it was about learning from other schools of thought. Sometimes, the experiences encountered during one's travels were far more useful than cultivating in seclusion. Not to mention, if the Nine Mystical Tower was really going to be a gathering place, it would be a great pity if he didn't go and experience it for himself. Lu Ping was tempted. Thinking of this, Lu Ping immediately smiled and said, all right, it just so happens that I can travel with Senior and refine the elixir in my spare time. I dare not say anything else, but at least it will greatly reduce Senior's recovery time. In this case, the old man will have to thank Lu Xiaoyu for recognizing me. Previously, the old man was fortunate enough to befriend the sky-splitting sword saint, Xiao Baiyu. Fellow Daoist Xiao once praised you a lot. This time, the old man can introduce fellow Daoist Xiao to you. If you can get fellow Daoist Xiao's guidance, your strength will definitely improve further. Right now, Lu Ping was not willing to get involved in the matters of Xiao Baiyu and the others. At least, he would not get involved until he was on equal footing with Xiao Baiyu and the others. Hearing this, he hurriedly laughed and said, Senior, it is not suitable for you to fight with others, at least not with those who are on par with you. Lin Yu Laozu could see that Lu Ping seemed to have some conflict with Xiao Baiyu and naturally thought that the two of them might have known each other for a long time. However, it seemed that Lu Ping had not offended Xiao Baiyu, so why was he not willing to get close to him? It should be known that the sky-splitting sword saint, Xiao Baiyu, was at the peak of his power and was known as the #1 pure yang in the cultivation world. Moreover, he was also an expert swordsman. Who knew how many people wanted to receive his guidance but could not? However, it just so happened that Lu Ping was not at all interested in such an opportunity. Lu Ping was not willing to talk about Xiao Baiyu, so he changed the topic and asked Qin Yu and Qin Gang, who were standing behind Lin Yu Laozu, brothers Qin, what are your plans for the future? The two of them looked at each other. Qin Yu, who was slightly older, said, we have been entrusted with the legacy of the sect, so naturally, we have to rebuild the Luoshin sect. However, we still have a senior brother who is stranded outside. This senior brother's cultivation level is far above ours. Before the founding master passed away, he told us to find him and rebuild the sect. Previously, there were rumors that this senior brother had gone overseas. We plan to go overseas to find him after the 9 Mysteries Tower. Senior brother Lei? An idea came to Lu Ping and he asked, what's his name? I am an overseas cultivator. Perhaps I can be of help. Chapter 1259. When Qin Yu and Qin Gang heard Lu Ping's question, their faces lit up with joy. Then, they looked troubled, as if there was something that they could not say. Lin Yu Laozu smiled. There is nothing to hide. Don't forget that Tu Gaoshan was killed by Lu Xiaoyu. Qin Yu's eyes brighten, saying, the person we two brothers want to find is 6th senior brother Lei Di. In the past he was a lone assassin in the central region. Later there was a rumor that he was captured and taken to the overseas practice world. Qin Gang, who was standing at the side, added, 6th senior brother is way above us in terms of cultivation and talent. He was originally the number 1 disciple of our sect, but unfortunately, he assassinated a Dharma adept of the 5 Elements sect and was expelled from the sect. After that, he called himself the assassin's 6th brother Lei. Qin Gang's voice became softer as he saw Lu Ping's stunned expression. It was obvious that he was not listening to what he was saying. Qin Yu saw that Lu Ping's expression was strange and asked, Brother Lu? Lu Ping blinked and regained his composure. He smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid I have to help even if I don't want to. Seeing the surprised look on their faces, Lu Ping explained, the person who captured 6th brother Lei and brought him overseas was none other than me. Until now, brother Lei is still guarding the North Sea for my sect, Huangli Island. Qin Yu and Qin Gang's faces are beaming with joy. Qin Gang, who is even less shrewd, says loudly, this is very good. Anyway, we've offended the 5 Elements school so we can't stay on the central mainland any longer. We might as well go overseas to join senior brother Lei and pass on the school. Qin Yu was not as happy as Qin Gang. Senior brother Lei had a bad reputation in the Central Plains. Later on, he was captured and brought to the North Sea. Senior brother Lei naturally could not make the decision himself. If they wanted to meet up with senior brother Lei, they would need the permission of the person in front of them. However, the crux of the matter was that senior brother Lei had been captured. How could he not feel hatred? And Lu Tianping, who was in front of him, could not have thought of this. Why would he let a potential enemy go? In reality, Lu Ping did not mind this at all. When 6th brother Lei had advanced to the Dharma stage, Lu Ping had promised him that he could leave at any time. Lu Ping did not want to trample on the dignity of a Dharma adept. However, in the end, 6th brother Lei himself was unwilling for some reason, and Lu Ping could only let him be. When Lu Ping saw this, he understood what Qin Yu was thinking. Hence, he said with a smile, all right, after this matter with the 9 Profound Tower, the two of you will accompany me to the Northern Sea. If brother Lei is willing, I will naturally not stop you. Seeing that Lu Ping had agreed, Qin Yu and Qin Gang both looked delighted. Then, as if they had thought of something, they turned to look at Lin Yu Laozu, who was beside them. Lin Yu Laozu smiled and nodded. Don't worry, the old man's internal injuries will not recover in a short period of time. If he wants to ask Lu Xiaoyu to make a pill for him, he might have to thicken his skin and follow Lu Xiaoyu back to the Northern Sea. Lu Ping did not know what Lin Yu Laozu's reason was, but since he had already agreed, there was no reason for him to go back on his word. Hence, he could only smile and say, Senior, going to the Northern Sea is something that I can't ask for more. However, Lin Yu Laozu seemed to have seen through his doubts and seemed to be explaining to Lu Ping, The old man has been free and unfettered for hundreds of years, but he has never passed down his cultivation. Since the two of you have the intention to establish a new sect, the old man will give this cultivation to you. Not only is it a tribute to my old friend for saving my life, but it is also a way to ensure that the legacy of the sect that the old man came from will not be severed. Lu Ping could only sigh at the good luck of the two remaining brothers of Luoxin Mountain. With the guidance of a pure yang cultivator, the restoration of Luoxin sect would be much easier. However, he did not know if Lin Yu Laozu would return to Luoxin sect. If that was the case, Luoxin sect would be different with a pure yang cultivator in charge. At least, Lu Ping would definitely dispel the idea of restoring Luoxin sect in the Northern Sea. The seven of them hurried all the way. 5 days later, they arrived at Jiushuan Mountain, which was outside the Jiushuan Tower. This was also one of the gathering points of the cultivation world. After arriving here, Lin Yu Laozu received some news. Lin Yu Laozu said, "It's fellow cultivator Xiao. He asked me to meet him. Why don't you come with me?" Qin Yu and Qin Gang were extremely excited to be able to meet the greatest sword saint in the world. Lu Ping, however, knew that Laozu was actually inviting him, so he shook his head and said, "I won't be going. I'll find a place to practice here. I'll also refine some pills for you to treat your internal injuries." Ancestor Lin Yu had more than one kind of injury. Not to mention that he was a pure yang cultivator. Even if he wasn't injured, it wasn't something that could be healed with just a spirit pill. The injuries of a pure yang cultivator were often very troublesome to heal. After agreeing on a method of communication with Lin Yu Laozu, Lu Ping could not wait to find a quiet place. He grabbed Dabao out of the House of Gold and said, "Quick, find a quiet place underground. This time, you'll benefit greatly." Hearing this, Dabao brought Lu Ping and sank into the ground without saying anything. After sinking for 300 zhong, Dabao was already somewhat exhausted. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and slapped Dabao's back. A stream of elemental energy was injected into Dabao's body. The two of them immediately sank for another 300 zhong. Only then did Dabao use his earth magic power. In just a short while, he opened up several secret rooms below them. Lu Ping threw the storage magic device he obtained from Tu Gaoshan to Dabao and said, "This is the storage magic device of the Wuxing School's Tu Gaoshan. Except for a few things that I can use, everything inside is here. If you don't use these things to practice, I'll confiscate all your spiritual stones." As soon as Dabao heard that this was Tu Gaoshan's storage magic device, his eyes brightened. Dabao had followed Lu Ping for a long time, so he naturally knew what kind of person Tu Gaoshan was. He did not expect that Big Brother would be able to rob such a person. That's not right. Tu Gaoshan's storage magic device can be carried anywhere. Does this mean that Tu Gaoshan is already in Big Brother's hands? This is too audacious. Nowadays, Dabao's thoughts were not simple. A storage magic device had already made Dabao think of everything. However, he had never been able to resist the temptation of treasures. Naturally, the collection of the Holy Land's heirs was not bad. Seeing that the storage magic device was thrown at him, he immediately snatched it away. As for the other things, since Big Brother did not care about it, it meant that Big Brother already had a plan in mind. Naturally, Dabao did not care about it. After sending Dabao away to practice, Lu Ping's divine thoughts immediately descended into the House of Gold. Now, as Lu Ping's cultivation became more and more refined, he could even use the divine thoughts descending technique in the space that he could control. In other words, he could condense his divine thoughts into a shadow that was exactly the same as his body. Ordinary people would not be able to see it clearly. At this moment, under the spirit demon peach tree, an elegant firewind Luan was dancing gracefully. Behind her were two ugly duckling-like birds that were chirping. They flew up and down, high and low, but no matter what, they could not fly with the graceful rhythm of the firewind Luan. That firewind Luan was naturally Lu Qino. The two ugly birds that had yet to bloom were the two wood Luan eggs that Lu Ping had brought out from the 9 profound towers longevity paradise. Now, 7 years ago, Lu Qino had hatched the two wood Luan chicks. They had been following Lu Qino around the House of Gold like a shadow. Ever since Lu Qina obtained a Luan's tear from Lu Ping, other than cultivating, she had been hatching the 2 wood Luan chicks in the House of Gold. Although Lu Qina's cultivation had been stuck at this level due to the difficulty of finding wind and fire elemental spiritual treasures, her demonic aura had become more and more elegant and noble. Lu Ping scanned the 2 wood Luan chicks with his divine thoughts. He discovered that the 2 wood Luan chicks were already at the 9th layer of blood refining realm. They were only 1 step away from the blood condensation realm. The wood Luan race was indeed a top-tier race. In just 7 years, they were able to raise their cultivation to this level. If not for the fact that Lu Ping had been suppressing the 2 chicks to strengthen their foundations, Lu Qina would have already helped the 2 chicks advance to the blood condensation realm. Seeing that Lu Ping had arrived, Lu Qina left the 2 chicks to play by themselves. She transformed into her human form and approached Lu Ping. She asked, "Big brother, what brings you here?" Lu Ping laughed and said, "Qina, I've brought you a surprise this time." Lu Qina tucked her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, "Oh, what treasure did Big Brother find this time?" Lu Ping said proudly, "I'm lucky this time. I actually found a spiritual treasure. Take a look." Lu Qina's eyes lit up when she heard this. She took the spirit sealing box from Lu Ping's hands and opened it to see a fist-sized jade pendant inside. One side of the jade pendant was wind green, while the other side was fiery red. The 2 were fused into one, giving it a mystical appearance. Lu Qina played with the jade pendant fondly, and her face beamed with joy. She said with surprise, "A mid-grade heaven rank wind and fire dual attribute spirit treasure. Big brother, you found it?" Lu Ping nodded and said with a smile, "It's called the Firewind Jade Pendant. It's a top-notch mid-grade heaven rank wind and fire dual attribute spirit treasure. Unfortunately, ever since you refined the Phoenix's tear, your cultivation has improved a step further. Now, refining a high-grade heaven rank wind and fire dual attribute spirit treasure isn't a problem." Lu Qina didn't mind in the slightest. She said, "If it wasn't for Big Brother, Qina would still be an ordinary wind phoenix. How could I have the opportunity to advance my cultivation to such a level? The difficulty of searching for a mid-grade heaven rank dual attribute spirit treasure is even greater than searching for a high-grade heaven rank spirit treasure. Moreover, since the world of cultivation was split open, only a few high-grade heaven rank dual attribute spirit treasures have appeared." Lu Ping sighed and said, "It's still a little lacking in the end." Lu Qina said with a smile, "Don't worry, Big Brother. Although Qina refined the Phoenix's tear, a considerable amount of it still remains in Qina's body. Qina was originally worried about how to make the best use of the Phoenix's tear. Now, this Firewind Jade Pendant has come at the right time. With its help, the Firewind Jade Pendant's quality can be improved to the level of a high-grade heaven rank spirit treasure." Chapter 1260. Lu Qina was originally Lu Ping's strongest spiritual pet. Even Samling was at most on par with her in the reign. However, because the heaven and earth spirit objects that Lu Qina needed were really difficult to find, her cultivation was once again stuck at the bottleneck of the peak of the core forging realm after passing through the middle and late stages of the core forging realm. Lu Ping put in a lot of effort to find a heaven-ranked mid-grade windfire dual elemental spirit for Lu Qina. Once, he even found a heaven-ranked low-grade windfire dual elemental spirit. Originally, Lu Qina had planned to advance to the peak of the core forging realm, but in the end, Lu Ping was reluctant to waste Lu Qina's talent. In the end, Lu Qina relied on the bottleneck of the peak of the core forging realm for 20 to 30 years. Before that, Samling's cultivation had advanced to the peak of the core forging realm, and his cultivation had surpassed Lu Qina. Lu Hai had even successfully condensed his Dharma power a few years ago, and Lu Bai and Lu Linga were only a thin film away from the Dharma power stage. This time, Lu Ping finally found the Wind and Fire Jade Wall, a mid-grade heaven stage wind and fire spirit object, from Tu Gaoshan's body. Impatiently, he took Dabao to open up the underground secret room and sent the spirit object to Lu Qina. Lu Qina had stayed in the 9th stage of the core forging realm for a long time, and had accumulated enough foundation. She only lacked this last opportunity. After handing over the 2 little wooden birds to Lu Daohua, Lu Ping used 25 top-grade spirit stones to refer to the simplest spirit-gathering formation in the Wuxing School's formation inheritance explanation. He used the 5-element ring as the formation plate and told Lu Qina to refine the heaven and earth spirit objects for cultivation before returning to the secret room. Not far away, Dabao's strange laughter came from another secret room, as if he had obtained some rare treasure. Lu Ping was too lazy to pay attention to him. He ordered Lu Hai to warn and protect him. Lu Ping chose a secret room and immersed himself in cultivation. Lu Bai and Lu Ling'er also began to retreat, ready to welcome the condensation of the Dharma power. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Linglong's wine cauldron rose from behind Lu Ping. Then the mouth of the cauldron slightly tilted, and a pure purple-blue light condensed along the edge of the cauldron into a small pillar of spirit light. It directly fell towards the top of Lu Ping's head. Without waiting for the pillar of spirit light to fall, a small cyclone suddenly formed above Lu Ping's head. Then the purple-blue pillar of spirit light disappeared into the cyclone. Then, a purple-blue light slowly hung down around Lu Ping's body. Countless small purple-blue light seeped out from the light shield and rushed towards Lu Ping's body like moths to a flame. Linglong's wine cauldron could barely contain half of the Qingming River's water vein. Linglong was only a first tribulation spirit treasure. Although it could barely contain the water vein, after a long time, the essence of the water vein would evaporate and be wasted. Therefore, Lu Ping would focus on cultivation whenever he had time. He wanted to refine the water vein in the wine cauldron and convert it into cultivation as soon as possible. However, there was one thing that puzzled Lu Ping. It was said that the water vein of the Qingming River was formed because of Peng Daoren, and the Yulon River was bought because of Jiao Daoren. Because the 2 heaven-splitting Laozu didn't get along, the 2 water veins were not compatible. Originally, Lu Ping was still worried that the North Sea wave listening formula that he was practicing could almost be confirmed to be the water vein left behind by Jiao Daoren, one of the 49 true spirit inheritances left behind by the 7th patriarch. If that was the case, would it be like the other 2 water veins, where Lu Ping's technique would be unable to refine the water vein of the Qingming River? Or would the refined inner yuan conflict with the inner yuan that Lu Ping had originally trained in? However, this situation did not seem to have existed from the beginning. Moreover, as Lu Ping continued to refine the inner yuan that the Qingming River had transformed into was vast and mighty. Even with Lu Ping's current cultivation of the mid-Dharma stage, he could clearly feel that his own cultivation was increasing significantly. A month later, the space in front of Lu Ping fluctuated. Lu Ping, who was in the middle of his training, suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he drew a line in front of him with his index finger, and a circular space tunnel suddenly formed. A voice transmission jade talisman shot out from the tunnel and was grabbed by Lu Ping. The contents of the jade talisman surprised Lu Ping. It mainly introduced to Lu Ping the general situation of the 9 mystical tower and the increasing number of cultivators from various sects that had gathered there. 8th Sister Zhu was able to escape from the 9 mystical tower, which was surrounded by the North Mara's army. Naturally, she had a secret channel that allowed her to contact the 9 mystical tower. According to the 9 mystical tower, although the current 9 mystical tower could still hold on for a period of time, they had already suffered heavy losses. Including 8th Sister Zhu, 2 of the 6 pure yang cultivators of the 9 mystical tower had already fallen. In addition, they were seriously injured after killing the sky demon and could no longer fight. The 9 mystical tower only had 4 pure yang cultivators left. 30 to 40% of the remaining late Dharma adepts had fallen, and the remaining ones were all injured. As for the other early and middle Dharma adepts and core forging adepts, the losses were even more uncountable. Such heavy losses were difficult for a holy land to bear. Perhaps 8th Sister Zhu was exaggerating, but at least the 2 pure yang cultivators who had fallen were definitely true. It could be said that the 9 mystical tower had really reached a point where they could not afford to delay any longer. After seeing this, Lu Ping revealed a slightly mocking smile. It was true that the 9 mystical tower had suffered heavy losses, but if they had reached a critical point where they could not afford to delay any longer, It was just to fool some low-level adepts who did not know the truth. How could the foundations of the 6 holy lands be so simple? In the past few days of communicating with Lin Yu Laozu, Lu Ping could tell from his words that the 6 holy lands were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Think about the treasured cauldron of the universe in Wuxing School. That was one of the 6 divine weapons of opening the heavens. The 9 mystical tower was also a holy land. Could it be that they did not have a treasure that was comparable? Moreover, the 5 pure young warriors could bring such a treasure like the treasured cauldron of the universe out of Wuxing School without any qualms. Were they not afraid that someone would take the treasured cauldron away or that someone would fire up their old nest? Or perhaps they were not afraid at all, because there was still a presence in Wuxing School that could hold their ground. Then what would such a presence be? Would such a presence also exist in the 9 mystical tower? The 6 holy lands were all existences that could be traced back to the time of opening the heavens. How many trump cards did they hide that were not known to others? How strong were their foundations? How many secrets were buried in them? Other than themselves, no one else would know. It was only in times of real danger that these hidden things would have the opportunity to reveal the tip of the iceberg. This time, in order to attract all the cultivators in the world to fight the 9 mystical tower, Lu Ping also learned an unexpected secret. The 6 holy lands seemed to be in control of a top-secret location. The location of this top-secret location was not a secret in the eyes of the 6 holy lands, large sects, and carefree pure young cultivators. However, at the level that Lu Ping and Junling were at, they were clearly not qualified to know about it. Now, they planned to make this secret public and use it as a reward for participating in the battle of the 9 mystical tower. It was said that after 8th Sister Zhu suggested it, Xiao Baiyu, Qi Fan Laozu, and Lin Yu Laozu fought for it with all their might. However, the pure young cultivators from the other 5 holy lands obviously did not agree. In fact, if it was not for the crisis that the 9 mystical tower was facing, 8th Sister Zhu would not have abandoned the other 5 holy lands and stood together with Xiao Baiyu and the others. For the 6 holy lands to be able to stand tall since the beginning of the world, everyone knew that there were conflicts, schemes, and grudges between them. However, it was even more ridiculous to say that there was no tacit understanding, cooperation, or alliance between them. When faced with someone challenging the position of the 6 holy lands, they would be more united than ever. When Xiao Baiyu strongly invited Lin Yu Laozu to come, Lu Ping figured out something. Xiao Baiyu was determined to stand on the opposite side of the 6 holy lands. If he wanted the 6 holy lands to give in, the only thing he could do was to use pure young cultivators like Qi Fan Laozu, Fenglu, and Yuan Xiaotian, as well as the large sects behind them, as well as cultivators like Lin Yu Laozu, who represented the identity of a rogue cultivator. In fact, he had found a good opportunity. When the 9 mystical tower was besieged by Mara's army, 8th Sister Zhu had no choice but to stand on his side. As a result, the alliance of the 6 holy lands had to be broken. A month later, Lu Ping came out of seclusion. At this time, more and more cultivators had begun to gather outside the 9 mystical mountain. Only at this time could Lu Ping feel the prosperity of the cultivation world of Central Plains, where there were as many sects and cultivators as there were hairs on a cow. The cultivators who had rushed over from various parts of the Central Plains, and even those who had come from overseas, had gathered together. Those who belonged to sects would occupy a better location and display their signboards. As for those who did not belong to any sects, they would each have their own hideouts. At that very moment, however, a large market had spontaneously formed outside 9 Profound Mountain. The battle between 9 Profound Tower and Demon Luo was unavoidable. Thus, the eve of the battle was naturally the best time to do business. Lu Ping wandered around the market casually. At the same time, he also looked at the situation in the market. He secretly praised the Central Plains for being a paradise for cultivation. 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and spiritual treasures could be sold in the open, and there seemed to be a lot of them. Lu Ping even saw an early core forging adept take out a mid-grade alchemy cauldron to trade for something. If this was the North Sea, an early core forging adept would not dare to do such a thing. The moment he stepped out of the market, he would probably be killed for his treasures. Not far away, the 2 brothers, Qin Yu and Qin Gang, hurried over when they saw Lu Ping appear. Although the two of them were early Dharma adepts, they knew their own strengths. Among early Dharma adepts, their abilities could only be considered average. In front of a mid-Dharma adept like Lu Ping, who could kill late Dharma adepts without hesitation, they did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. This was what Lin Yu Laozu had instructed them to do before. "Greetings, Brother Lu. I will be counting on Brother Lu to take care of us this time." Lu Ping smiled and nodded, saying, "Not a problem. However, now that the two of you are temporarily joining my Jinling side, it will not be the same as when the next person is free and unfettered. No matter what, you have to show your name here." Chapter 1261. Through Lin Yu Laozu's disclosure, Lu Ping knew that because it involved the reward for entering the top secret place, the various sects and clans that had gathered, even if they were only loose cultivators, would bring out their true abilities to fight against Mara's army. Under such circumstances, obtaining a place to recuperate near the Nine Mysteries Tower as soon as possible was undoubtedly the most important thing. The battle to encircle and annihilate Mara would not be completed in one go. It would definitely be a long and difficult battle. Otherwise, Mara's army would not have been able to besiege a holy land to such a sorry state. The Purple Sun Palace, which had just entered a stalemate with the demon clan in the western wilderness, sent people over. The conflict between the Lingyun Valley and the demon clan in the Endless Mountains also gradually eased. In the end, the Lingyun Valley did not manage to seize Magic Cloud City. The situation gradually stabilized, so they also sent people to the Nine Mysteries Tower. Soon after, the Skyward Pavilion and the Yuan clan once again sent pure young practitioners to lead their disciples over. Even the Wuxing School's Shui Jiro came with the new 5 elements straight disciple of Wuxing School. When had the Hololands ever lacked heir disciples? The so-called 6th, 7th and 8th heir disciples were only slightly inferior compared to the 5 great rulings. The brand new 5 great rulings were still the true experts of the 3rd generation of cultivators. The Crystal Palace was the last to arrive, but in the Central Plains cultivation world, which had always been overbearing, no one dared to look down on this overseas giant. One only needed to look at the Heavenly Moon sect, which was supported by the Nine Mysteries Tower and the Skyward Pavilion, to pay a huge price and painstakingly block the Crystal Palace's invasion into the Central Plains. One could see the strength of this overseas holy land. After the 5 holy lands arrived at the outer perimeter of the Nine Profound Tower, they quickly set up camp with the Nine Profound Tower as the center. After the 5 holy lands, the Yuan family, Heavenly Arcana sect, Skyrend, Heavenly Moon sect, Supreme Arcana sect, Soaring Cloud Pavilion, Carefree sect, Thunderstorm Island, Violet Talisman Pavilion, Guangfa sect, Flowing Cloud sect, Vast Ocean Pavilion, Talisman sect and other large sects from the Middle Plains, Eastern Sea and Southern Sea began to send their cultivators to gather around the Nine Profound Tower. Even the Spirit Beast sect, which had always been elusive, began to appear in large numbers around the Nine Profound Tower. As the cultivators of these large sects gathered around the Nine Profound Tower, rumors about the secret location of the 7th Patriarch's Taoist altar spread like wildfire in the cultivation world. It was said that in this battle to annihilate Mara of the Nine Profound Tower, the various sects and loose cultivators would be rewarded for entering the secret location of the 7th Patriarch's Taoist altar. In addition, there might be a few other secret locations that could be jointly opened by pure young cultivators as additional rewards for the sects and sects. However, among these secret locations, the one related to the 7th Patriarch's Taoist altar was the most famous. It was said that this place was once the heaven-splitting 7th Patriarch's Taoist altar. The 7th Patriarch had once preached to the human race here. The famous legacy of the 49 true spirits that had been passed down through the ages came from here. The foundation of all the cultivation systems of later generations came from the 49 true spirits branches or extensions. When the 7th Patriarch gave his speech, it was said that there were still echoes of the 7th Patriarch's heaven-splitting speech left behind in this secret location. If a cultivator could hear even half a sentence of it, they might be able to break through a bottleneck in their cultivation, cultivate a certain magic power, or comprehend a certain secret technique and obtain great benefits. The opening of this secret location was extremely strange. There were indeed many people who knew the exact location, but usually, only pure young cultivators could control it. Usually, pure young cultivators could not open it by themselves. Instead, they needed to gather at least 7 pure young cultivators. However, these pure young cultivators could not just gather 7 at will. Instead, these 7 pure young cultivators had to have one of the 7 major bloodlines. Even the attributes of their cultivation techniques had to be the same as the 7 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and ice. Therefore, not to mention that a sacred ground might not be able to have 7 pure young cultivators, even if they had 7 pure young cultivators, they would still fail because of these harsh requirements. In fact, every time the 7th Patriarch's Taoist altar was opened, at least 10 pure young cultivators would need to join forces to fully meet these harsh conditions. It was precisely because the major sects and families had found out about this in advance that they had dispatched their cultivators to the vicinity of the 9 profound tower. It was for the sake of making preparations in advance so that they could obtain a greater result after the war began. That way, they might be able to obtain more rewards. Fortunately, Lu Ping had received a hint from Lin Yu Laozu in advance. Although Zhenling was far away in the ocean, due to the existence of Yingshan Courtyard, he must have received the news. With Tianling Laozu's shrewdness, he would definitely send cultivators from his sect to participate in this event. All Lu Ping could do was to occupy a place for Zhenling as soon as possible and show his sect's name. Only then would he be able to occupy an advantageous position in the encirclement of Mara's army and obtain greater results in the war. Very soon, the 6 pure young cultivators from the 6 sacred grounds, Sky Splitter Sword Saint Xiao Baiyu, Yuan family clans Yuan Tongtian, Heavenly Mystery Sects 7 Fans Laozu, Spirit Beast Taming Sects Feng Lu Laozu, Heavenly Moon Sects Full Moon Laozu, Middle Earth's Loose Cultivator Lin Yu Laozu, Southern Seas Pure Young Cultivator Yu Xiong Laozu, and the rest of the 13 pure young cultivators announced to the entire cultivation world that they would use this battle to encircle the 9 mystical towers Mara to decide how to enter the 7th Patriarch's Taoist altar. The rumor in the cultivation world was finally confirmed. Be it the large sects of the Central Plains or the overseas region who had been slow to react, as well as the other small and medium-sized sects, all came to their senses and began to send their cultivators to the 9 mystical tower. Lu Ping, Qin Yu and Qin Gang chose a place at the foot of the 9 mystical mountain that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was also a good place for them to set up a formation. This place was close to the Qingming River and was one of the directions where Mara's army could break out of the encirclement. However, if Zhenling stubbornly stood in their way, they would not attract the full force of Mara's attack. After all, the Qingming River was very wide and Zhenling would not be able to defend the entire Qingming River. Moreover, as an overseas sect, most of Zhenling's cultivators practiced water-type magic arts or were very familiar with and adapted to places with abundant water. Lu Ping had chosen this place because of its geographical advantage. More importantly, Lu Ping still needed to borrow the Qingming River's water vein to speed up the refinement of the water vein that he had absorbed. Moreover, because the water vein and the Qingming River were originally one, Lu Ping could easily capture the main water vein of the Qingming River with the help of the water vein in Linglong's wine cauldron. He could then use the power of the main water vein to temporarily transform the campsite into a place with abundant spiritual energy. Of course, all of this was just Lu Ping's imagination. To complete it, he still had to hope that when the cultivators of Zhenling arrived, they would not forget to bring 2 formation masters with them. Lu Ping called out all of his holy pets that he could use from the Golden House. Qin Yu and Qin Gang, who were beside him, stared with their mouths agape. The green sea snake was not a big deal, but was that arrogant tiger a member of the Hanging Eyes White Forehead Tiger clan? And that black tortoise, with such a huge body, was not something that ordinary black tortoises could reach. Could it be that it had the bloodline of Tyrant Tortoise? What was the background of that little girl with a peach blossom in her hair? How could they not know? And then there was that fat mouse. Could it be a spirit-seeking mouse? Since when could a spirit-seeking mouse reach the middle core forging stage? The identities of Lu Ping's holy pet followers greatly surprised Qin Yu and Qin Gang. However, at this moment, Lu Qiner was at a critical stage of her breakthrough, so Lu Ping did not disturb her practice. Otherwise, if a Windfire Luan appeared, who knows how shocked they would be. With the help of these holy pet followers, Lu Ping and the others were able to encircle a lot faster. Under Lu Ping's command, a simple 5 elements formation was quickly set up in just 3 days. Even though this formation could not provide too much of a defense, it was enough to occupy a territory. Because of Lin Yu and Lao Zu's hints, Lu Ping was able to encircle a territory only when the cultivators of the large schools had just started to move in. The best locations had already been occupied by the 5 holy lands, such as the Heavenly Mystery Sect, the Spirit Beast School, the Yuan clan, and the Skyrend. Even if Lu Ping had chosen a superior location, they would still look down on it because it was too small. However, to some ordinary large schools, some of them were envious of the territory occupied by Lu Ping. The Hutu sect was a large school in the northwest region of Central Earth. It was not located in the western wilderness, but compared to other places in Central Earth, it was a bit barren. However, the Hutu sect happened to be located outside the range of influence of the Purple Sun Palace and the Wuxing School. Although the Hutu sect was not affected by the 2 holy lands, it still had quite an extraordinary influence in the northwest region. Although it was not as powerful as the Heavenly Mystery Sect, the Hutu sect had 2 great cultivators to oversee it, and it could be considered as a rather powerful school among the large schools in Central Earth. Compared to the other large sects, Hutu sect was not the first to arrive. Thus, most of the more ideal campsites had already been occupied by the other large sects. Seeing no other choice, Hutu sect had to settle for the next best thing. They wanted to find a slightly inferior campsite. It was then that they found a very good campsite. At that moment, however, the campsite was occupied by a group of cultivators, a mix of humans and Yao. Looking at the words North Sea Zhunling Camp, which were formed by Lu Ping using a secret technique to condense the water vapor of the Qingming River, the great cultivator leading the Hutu sect was slightly taken aback. He said, "Where did this North Sea sect come from? Could it be that there is another large school in North Sea after Fei Ling sect?" A disciple next to the great cultivator stepped forward and said, "There are no large schools in North Sea." In recent years, Lu Tianping, a third-generation disciple of a medium-sized North Sea sect Zhunling, has made a great name for himself in the cultivation world of Central Earth. I think this camp has been occupied by that Lu Tianping, so they are making preparations for their own school. After hearing this, the great cultivator sneered and said, "A medium-sized school wants to occupy such a treasured place. There are no heroes in this era, and he has become famous. Just go and tell him to leave this place." Chapter 1262. Lu Ping picked at his ears in disbelief, thinking that he had heard wrongly. But looking at the serious expression on the face of this early Dharma adept, Lu Ping waved his hand and pointed at all the arrangements he had made. "Retreat. Leave these for you." Lu Ping had traveled the Middle Earth for decades and had met many experts from the famous sects, including the heirs of the many sacred grounds. These people might be arrogant, but they never used their power to bully others. Lu Ping originally thought that the so-called arrogant, despotic, and domineering bullies wouldn't appear in the cultivation world after decades of self-cultivation. But he didn't expect to meet such an arrogant, despotic, and domineering bullies. Lu Ping didn't expect to encounter such a person today. Brother Lu, the Hutu sect is a major sect in the northwest of the central mainland. The sect has a long history, and there are 2 great adepts in charge. I heard that this time, the Hutu sect is taking the encirclement of Mara very seriously, and one of the 2 great adepts has personally led the sect's disciples here. Qin Yu, who was standing to one side, said worriedly behind Lu Ping. The Hutu sect. Even the disciples from the Holy Lands had to be polite when they saw him. Regardless of friend or foe, they had to address him as Brother Lu. Since when was it the turn of an ordinary disciple from a major sect to act so arrogantly in front of him? They were trying to take advantage of the fact that Zhenling sect was not as good as Hutu sect. But how could Hutu sect be so bold? Did they think that Zhenling sect was inferior to Hutu sect? Was it just a title between a large sect and a medium-sized sect? Lu Ping smiled and said, "Sure, let the person in charge of your family say it." Lu Ping really did not think highly of this third-generation disciple of the Hutu sect, who was supposed to be of the same generation as him. Li Hui was a third-generation disciple of the Hutu sect, and she was also an early Dharma adept. In the Hutu sect, she was naturally a true disciple. Naturally, he had heard of the name of the North Sea Water Sword Fairy. To be honest, if Chang Li Hui had seen Lu Ping in the past, she would have been more or less respectful, but how could she not be jealous? Today, she finally had the backing of the ancestral master. At the thought of being able to slap the face of this so-called number one fellow of the third generation, Li Hui felt a surge of excitement from the bottom of her heart. Thus, she had run over to flaunt her prowess in front of this water sword immortal. However, she did not expect that the person in front of her would look at her as if she was watching a monkey show. With a few casual words, she wanted to send him away. They didn't put him in their eyes at all. Li Hui was enraged, and she shouted, "You're going too far." Reaching out, she curled up a spell and clawed at Lu Ping's shoulder. Li Hui's five-finger mountain spell, when practiced to the extreme, could cause each finger to have the weight of a huge mountain. Although Li Hui was far from reaching the point where her 5 fingers were 5 mountains, this clawing would at least have the strength of a mountain. With a sneak attack from behind, in his opinion, it would be enough to make Lu Tianping suffer a loss. Li Hui knew that he was no match for the person in front of him. He only hoped to be able to make the first move. That way, even if he lost, it would be a glorious loss. Her level of practice was already inferior to his, and if she could make a move in front of the North Sea Water Sword Fairy, she only needed to gain the slightest advantage and it would be enough for her to make a name for herself in the world of practitioners. When that time came, she would have this experience in the Hutu sect, and she would no longer need to be the second official disciple. Unexpectedly, just as his hand was about to claw Lu Ping's shoulder, an undercurrent suddenly surged around Lu Ping's body. It was invisible, but it suddenly gave him the feeling of a raging wave. Li Hui's body abruptly trembled, and he involuntarily took a step back. The spell that was originally aimed at Lu Ping's shoulder suddenly missed its target. However, Li Hui's 5-finger mountain spell was also extraordinary. The moment it missed its target, his arm suddenly grew longer, and the hand of spiritual energy in midair quickly chased after Lu Ping's shoulder. However, before his hand could land again, the wave that had pushed him back surged again, and that invisible wave forced Li Hui to take another step back. But Li Hui still did not want to give up. He knew that if this continued, it would not only be a slap in the face to the North Sea Sword Fairy, but also a slap in his own face. What's more, this was happening in front of the elders of the sect and under the watchful eyes of everyone. Li Hui seemed to feel that he had no other choice at the moment, and could only try his best to resolve the continuous wave that had surged from Lu Ping's body. However, the result was that he wanted to resolve it, but the more he tried, the more his face turned red. Step by step, Lu Ping's invisible wave reached 12 peaks in a row, and Li Hui had to take 12 steps back, until his 5-finger mountain spell could no longer reach Lu Ping. In midair, after Li Hui of the Hutu sect received the order to drive away Lu Ping and the others, a mid-Dharma adept behind Rongshan Laozu of the Hutu sect could not stop him in time. With a wry smile, he stepped forward and said, "Uncle Master, that Lu Tianping of the North Sea is not easy to deal with." This Uncle Master of the Hutu sect had always paid no attention to worldly affairs, and only focused on cultivation. He did not know about the current situation in the world of cultivation, nor did he know that Lu Tianping of the North Sea was now famous in the world of cultivation. Seeing that his Uncle Master glanced at him, the second-generation adept of the Hutu sect continued, "This Lu Tianping once exchanged 3 blows with the great adept of the green sea snakes and did not lose." Rongshan Laozu said, "Oh." His face was expressionless, but his eyes were looking down. The second-generation disciple paused, then continued, "After that, he defeated the 4th elder of the Tenma people, Ma Li. He. Rongshan Laozu let out a cry of surprise, and his expression finally changed. The smile on the second-generation disciple's face became even more bitter, but he still continued. 2 great adepts of the Wuxing school and a wood element Juzi besieged and plotted against them. Unexpectedly, their yellow sand refining formation was broken, and one of them was injured by this Lu Tianping. Then he retreated calmly. This time, Rongshan Laozu could no longer stay calm. His expression changed, and he said, "Quick, call Li Hui back." However, at this time, Li Hui and Lu Tianping had already broken down. When the crowd looked at him again, they saw that Li Hui's body on the ground took a step back, followed by a pause, as if he was trying his best to stabilize his body. However, it was obvious that the pressure he was under was far beyond his ability to resist, so he took another step back and another pause. Every time, it could be seen that Li Hui was trying very hard to stabilize his body, but regrettably, every time he had to take a step back to neutralize the unparalleled great force. Li Hui's face turned red, and in front of him, the figure of Lu Ping was getting farther and farther away. "You've gone too far." Rongshan Laozu was furious. He took a step forward, and his whole body disappeared in midair. When these words came out of Rongshan Laozu's mouth, even the disciples beside him felt a little embarrassed. Who on earth was the one who had gone too far? However, at a time like this, the entire Hutu sect naturally had to unite against the enemy. However, the second-generation disciple, who was at the mid-Dharma stage, suddenly realized that the person on the ground had even defeated a few great practitioners in the past. What would happen if his uncle master lost if he went down alone? Although he was unwilling to admit it, the second-generation disciple still felt that his uncle might not be stronger than the 4th elder of the Tenma people, let alone the 2 great adepts of the Wuxing school. "Let's go." The second-generation disciple led the people of the Hutu sect towards the base of the Zhenling sect. Even if they could not win in numbers, if their uncle was really going to lose, the younger disciples would not care about the dignity of their elders. This time, the people of the Hutu sect who had rushed to the 9 mystical tower to participate in the battle against Mara sect were led by Rongshan Laozu. 2 second-generation disciples in the middle Dharma stage had come, and 4 adepts in the early Dharma stage had come. Among them, 3 were 3rd-generation disciples. It could be said that more than half of the Dharma adepts of the Hutu sect had been sent to participate in the battle against Mara sect. Other than that, there were also 30 to 40 disciples in the core forging stage who had been brought along to broaden their horizons. When these people all headed towards the base of the Zhenling sect, the scene looked very grand. Lu Ping returned to the base and was about to further adjust the simple 5 elements formation to strengthen the defense of the base. It was at this time that Lu Ping's divine will seemed to sense something. Just as he was about to raise his head to look, he felt a huge force descending from the sky, directly supporting Lu Ping's entire body. Lu Ping felt as if he was suddenly carrying a mountain on his back. His legs turned to jelly, and he almost fell to the ground. It was a good thing that Lu Ping's physical body was strong enough, and his reaction was fast enough. Just as the huge force was about to hit him, Lu Ping's inner yuan revolved around his body, and he used his inner yuan to resist the huge force that was supporting his body. Lu Ping raised his head to look, and coincidentally saw an old monk looking down at him with a shocked expression. He saw that this old man's hands were in the air, and he was using the same method that the 3rd-generation disciple of the Hutu sect had used to sneak up on him. The only difference was that the person in front of him had a higher level of practice, and he was a true grand adept. It seemed that the Hutu sect was really going to rob him. The inner yuan in Lu Ping's body directly flowed out of his body, and together with the protective aura around his body, they turned into waves that washed upwards, directly counteracting the pressure of the Rong Mountain Laozu. Then, Lu Ping stretched out his hand, and the thin water sword soared into the sky, then turned into a huge boiling wave, bringing with it the sound of boiling water. The Rong Mountain Laozu let out a strange roar, and for a moment, he was at a loss of what to do, and was sent flying dozens of feet away. The boiling sky sword spell was activated, and the sword light directly turned into a huge, boiling wave, which pushed the mountain-like power straight up into the sky. After that, Lu Ping followed the pair of swords and hovered in the air. The huge wave of sword light suddenly collapsed towards the center, and the edge of the sword light formed a huge circle of sword light, which rose high into the sky, encircling the rogue mountain Laozu, who hadn't had the time to adjust his posture after being knocked into the sky. The collapsed wave of sword light in the center formed a huge whirlpool of sword light, which connected with the circle of sword light that rose up from the surrounding area. Surprisingly, it was a huge, supreme sword formation. The sword spell of all rivers flow into the sea. The rogue mountain Laozu thought that he had already overestimated Lu Ping, but in fact, Lu Ping was far more powerful than he had imagined. The rogue mountain Laozu was an experienced cultivator, and naturally, he could see the power of the sword formation that had surrounded him at first glance. Therefore, he threw a small hill-sized spirit treasure above his head, and a yellow beam of light fell down, shielding him in the middle. He wanted to defend himself with his life. Therefore, he knew that as long as he could hold on for a while, the other disciples of his sect would come and save him. Since he had kicked an iron plate this time, he had no choice but to give up his face. However, Lu Ping sneered. The last thing he was afraid of was that someone would defend himself with their life under his sword attack. Tu Gaoshan was a perfect example. Chapter 1263. The strike launched by this rogue mountain Laozu was as powerful as a mountain, which shocked Lu Ping. This strike was similar to the one launched by the third-generation disciple of the Hutu martial school, but the power of this strike was much more powerful than that of the third-generation disciple of the Hutu martial school. If Li Hui's previous attack wasn't as powerful as a mountain, then this sneaky attack launched by the great ancestor of the rogue mountain sect, which was similar to a sneak attack, had already surpassed the power of 5 mountains when he stretched out his palms. However, it seemed that because of the nature of the cultivation method that the Hutu martial school had been practicing, although the power of this magic was powerful enough, it was extremely inflexible. Once their attacks were blocked by their opponents, they would often start to completely defend because they couldn't react in time. The nature of the earth was good at defending. This was the case for rogue mountain Laozu of the Hutu martial school, Earth Spirit, a pure young cultivator from the Wuxing school, and Tu Gaoshan, the deceased Juzi. However, at this critical moment, Lu Ping surely wouldn't kill anyone, because that would make him the target of everyone. Nevertheless, he didn't mind making this Hutu martial school, which had come to his doorstep, lose face, so that it would serve as a warning to the other large sects who were planning to attack the base of the Zhenling martial school. Lu Ping's cultivation was improving faster and faster. Back then, when he defeated the 4th elder of the Tenma people in the Qingming River, Lu Ping's victory seemed to be extremely difficult. However, now that he was fighting against a powerful cultivator, Lu Ping seemed to be more and more relaxed. Except for the sneak attack at the beginning, which almost made Lu Ping suffer a small loss, Lu Ping turned the tables around more and more effortlessly. Rogue mountain Laozu had been trapped in the dazzling sword formation by Lu Ping. Immediately, rogue mountain Laozu found himself in a difficult situation. The power of this supreme sword magic was much more powerful than what rogue mountain Laozu had expected. Pieces of rocks were chopped off and sent flying in all directions. Countless sword lights shredded the mountain-shaped treasure floating above the old man's head, causing it to scatter all over the place. However, rogue mountain Laozu was after all an experienced cultivator. Although he was trapped by Lu Ping's sword formation, he didn't just passively defend like Tu Gaoshan. When Lu Ping found a few cultivators rushing over, the thin water-flowing sword immediately sped up to kill them. However, Lu Ping immediately sensed that the mountain spirit treasure above rogue mountain Laozu's head suddenly shone with a muddy yellow light. Next, Lu Ping felt that the thin water-flowing sword suddenly became 10 times heavier than before. Before it got close, the sword lights that were surrounding rogue mountain Laozu's head were also disrupted. Rogue mountain Laozu surely wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Of course, he knew that once he fell into a disadvantageous situation, his disciples would definitely come to his rescue. However, compared to that, rogue mountain Laozu preferred to break out of the encirclement by himself. This time, he couldn't defeat Lu Ping, which had already made rogue mountain Laozu feel humiliated. If he was trapped by Lu Ping again and couldn't get out of the encirclement, he would have to rely on the strength of his disciples to defeat Lu Ping. At this moment, Roang Mountain Laozu still wanted to save some of his dignity. The magical power released by Roang Mountain Laozu's spirit treasure had brought a lot of trouble to Lu Ping's control of his sword art. However, at this moment, Roang Mountain Laozu could only slightly improve his own condition, but it was still far from enough for him to break out of the encirclement created by Lu Ping, which had been carefully set up by Lu Ping. As expected, every time Roang Mountain Laozu rushed out of the encirclement with his spirit treasure, Lu Ping would block him back every time. Sometimes, Roang Mountain Laozu seemed to break through a layer of sword light, but what appeared in front of him was another layer of sword light, as if Lu Ping's supreme sword art was endless and endless. Lu Ping was getting more and more familiar with the control of the encirclement. In his hands, this gigantic sword formation was not only powerful, but more importantly, it had become more flexible and flexible. Even under Roang Mountain Laozu's gravitational power, he could still forcibly trap Roang Mountain Laozu in the sword formation. Roang Mountain Laozu was getting more and more impatient. He could feel the strange changes of this sword formation, and what was more terrifying was that this sword formation was strangling the defensive spirit treasure above his head. If it continued like this, once his spirit treasure was cut into pieces, what else could he do to defend himself from Lu Ping's attacks? The Hutu clan's cultivators had already arrived, but they saw a thin layer of 5 elements formation light rising into the sky. Qin Yu and Qin Gang had activated the simple 5 elements formation that they had hurriedly set up, and blocked the Hutu clan's cultivators. The 2 Hutu clan's mid-Dharma adepts looked at each other and waved their hands from behind. Dozens of Hutu clan's cultivators, led by the 6 Dharma adepts, were about to attack. Qin Yu and Qin Gang, the 2 early Dharma adepts, did not retreat. They immediately joined forces to block the attack of a Hutu clan's mid-Dharma adept, but it looked like it was extremely difficult. If it were not for the 5 elements formation as a barrier, the 2 would have been defeated in the first round. The same was true of Samling. If Lu Hai was alone in the early Dharma stage, none of the 4 early Dharma adepts from the Hutu clan would be a match for him. However, at this time, there was another mid-Dharma adept from the Hutu clan. The 3 of them had no choice but to join forces to fight against the other mid-Dharma adept. However, the Hutu clan had the advantage in numbers. Although Lu Xiaohai, Lu Daguai, Lu Daohua, and the others were not weak among their peers, they were all core forging adepts. It was already commendable for them to be able to block the attacks of 2 or 3 same-level adepts from the Hutu clan. It was unrealistic for them to face the remaining 4 early Dharma adepts from the Hutu clan. The Hutu clan had only attacked once, and the 5 elements formation was already on the verge of collapse. It looked like it would not be able to take a second blow. However, at this moment, a little person flashing with purplish-blue light suddenly appeared outside the 5 elements formation. With a loud and clear shout, "Kill!" Lu Xiaoping's small face became more and more tense. The Kang Liu sword on his back was held in his hand, and a sharp light broke through the void. When it appeared again, the 2 early Dharma adepts from the Hutu clan cried out in alarm and leaped back. Fortunately, the Hutu clan adepts were very good at defense. With the 2 of them working together, they were finally able to block the sword of this strange little person. However, they still had a lingering fear. If the little person had launched a sneak attack and only targeted one of them, the 2 of them thought that neither of them would have been able to block it. However, before the 2 adepts could breathe a sigh of relief, their previous worries were immediately confirmed. A scream came from not far away. When the 2 of them looked over, they saw that Li Hui, who had previously been humiliated by Lu Ping, was now flying back. At the same time, beads of blood spilled from his ribs. The Netherwater sword flashed and disappeared outside the 5 elements formation. Just as Lu Ping had surrounded Laozu of Roang Mountain with the sword formation, he even had the energy to spare to take care of the Hutu clan adepts outside the 5 elements formation. At this time, the Hutu clan was really a little scared. Although Zhenling seemed to be alone now, every one of his subordinates was really good. The strength of each of those demon cultivators was 1 or 2 times stronger than the Hutu clan adepts of the same level. If they went all out, they could even block 2 or 3 adepts of the same level. Even so, they were already so powerful. It was said that these were only the adepts that Zhenling had sent to be the vanguard. If the rest of Zhenling came, what would happen? As the saying goes, what you fear will happen. Just as many of the adepts of the Hutu clan began to realize that it was not wise to provoke a sect like Zhenling, the 6 flowing lights in the sky were already flying towards them. "Hey, who dares to behave atrociously in Zhenling?" A loud shout exploded from the sky, and then the sound waves rolled towards them, causing many of the core forging adepts of the Hutu clan to turn pale. Their bodies swayed, and they almost fell from the sky. The faces of everyone in the Hutu clan changed. As the flowing lights neared, especially the first 3 bright lights, it was obvious that they were Dharma adept. The first ray of flowing light flew over, and a giant axe flew out from it. With just one blow, the mid-Dharma adept of the Hutu clan, who was pressuring the Samling, was sent flying back dozens of feet. When he came to a stop, his face was flushed, and it was obvious that he had been injured by the blow. The giant axe flew back and landed in the hands of a seductive woman. Who else could it be but Qing Hu? The other 2 rays of flowing light landed and immediately joined the battle, blocking the 2 early Dharma adepts of the Hutu clan. They were Qing Hu and Qing Lang. The 3 rays of flowing light behind them immediately joined the battle as well. They were also the remaining 3 of the Green Fox 9 bandits who had not yet reached the Dharma stage. Although there were only 6 of the Green Fox 9 bandits left, the arrival of these 6 people instantly turned the tide of the battle. The Hutu clan no longer had the momentum they had before. The previous shout was Qing Hu's newly mastered bloodline ability, Tiger's Roar. Seeing that the Hutu clan was slowly closing in, and the 2 sides were starting to face each other along the 5 elements formation, which was about to break, Qing Hu looked up at the sky above the station and laughed. "If it weren't for these words, we wouldn't have found this place so quickly." In the sky above the Zhenling station, the words North Sea Zhenling Station, which had been formed by Lu Ping's qi, had not been affected much by the battle. It still hung above the station like a huge flag, and could be seen clearly from dozens of miles away. Although the Hutu clan had the advantage in numbers, Zhenling's side suddenly had 3 more Dharma adepts, and none of them were weak. Although they had fewer people, if they really fought, Zhenling's 5 elements formation would not be able to hold, and the Hutu clan would definitely be the ones to die. Both sides had come for the sake of annihilating the evil Luo army. If they were to really have internal strife and fight each other to the death for the sake of a base, then it would truly not be worth it, and they would incur the ridicule of the other sects for no reason. Everyone, the second-generation disciple of the Hutu clan, stepped forward and was about to say something when he saw several rays of flowing light flying towards them from the sky. Chapter 1264. The Hutu sect was taken aback by the streaks of light that streaked across the sky, and their faces darkened. At this point, they did not think that their reinforcements were coming. However, as they got closer, they could see the streaks of light more clearly. Only then did they realize that under the cover of the streaks of light in front of them, there were dozens of streaks of light following them. Qinghu, who was at the side, laughed again and shouted with a voice like a broken gong, "Aha, they're finally here, but they're a step behind us." The streaks of light not far away had obviously noticed the situation here as well. The first few streaks of light immediately sped up and rushed over with an unparalleled momentum. Whoosh! Dozens of people landed on the ground at the same time. This scene was much more ferocious than the Hutu sect's people. Although these dozens of people didn't outnumber the Hutu sect's people by much, after landing, they arrogantly surrounded the Hutu sect's people. The Hutu sect's people's expressions all changed. Among the dozens of streaks of light, a middle-aged man and a woman in the mid-Dharma laws stage walked out. However, these 2 people did not even look at the people from the Hutu sect. Instead, they turned to look at the huge whirlpool of sword light more than 100 feet away. TSK, I heard that this kid has made a name for himself as soon as he arrived in the Central Plains. Now his level of practice has caught up with us, and even a great Dharma cultivator was defeated by him. I didn't expect this to be true. The 2 cultivators seemed to be the leaders of the group. The female cultivator's expression had long been shocked by everything in front of her, but her words did not seem to be a big deal at all. A complicated expression flashed across the male cultivator's face. He sighed and said, "How long has it been?" His level of practice and strength has already reached such a level. This kid's strength is probably close to Brother Tianxiang's. Even if the two of us join forces, we may not be able to gain any advantage from him. Seeing that the female cultivator still had a look of admiration on her face, the male cultivator snappily said, "You don't have to indulge him like this. This brat's ability to cause trouble is not small. He captured the direct disciple of the Nine Profound Tower and killed 2 of the direct disciples of the Five Elements sect. He has offended the Holy Land." The female cultivator rolled her eyes at him and said, "If he doesn't have the ability, why don't you ask him to cause trouble for me? So what if it's a holy land? Which family doesn't have 40 to 50 Dharma manifestation cultivators? Can they run to the North Sea and destroy our sect just because a 3rd-generation disciple died?" The male cultivator could only smile bitterly and look at the void around him. There sure are a lot of people here to watch the show. The female cultivator stood beside the male cultivator and said, "Nowadays, the 9 mystical towers territory is like a gathering of heroes. It would be strange if no one came to watch after little Lu caused such a big commotion. However, little Lu seems to be doing this on purpose. Is he trying to kill the chicken to warn the monkey?" The male cultivator smiled and said, "That's right. You saw it on our way here. All the good places have been surrounded by arrays. Look at the terrain here, it's not any worse than those big sects. It's just that the area is a little smaller, but it's just right for our sect. However, good places have many wolves but little meat. If we chase away the Hutu sect, other sects might come looking for trouble. Therefore, little Lu is simply beating the Hutu sect into a sorry state. If other sects want to cause trouble, they will naturally have to think twice. This can be considered as putting an end to this once and for all." Lu Ping didn't have the intention to kill, but he had made up his mind to humiliate the Hutu sect and show those big sects who came late, so that they would give up on the idea of attacking Junling's territory as soon as possible. Therefore, after trapping Rong Mountain Laozu with the sword array, the sword array only focused on the first tribulation spirit treasure above Rong Mountain Laozu's head. At this time, Rong Mountain Laozu was also anxious. Although he was trapped in the sword array by Lu Ping, he could still clearly see what was happening outside. A large number of Junling's reinforcements had arrived. If the Hutu sect had been a little hesitant before, they now didn't even have the right to challenge the Hutu sect anymore. Looking at the people who had arrived at Junling, excluding Qin Yu, Qin Gang, and the Green Fox 9 bandits, the 2 mid-Dharma adepts at the front were Tian Fan and Tian Shui, the 2 mid-Dharma adepts. When these 2 joined forces, they wouldn't even lose to a grand practitioner. It was just that now, in front of Lu Ping, who was able to beat up a grand practitioner while only at the mid-Dharma stage, the 2's previous achievements were more or less overshadowed. At this time, there was also a mid-Dharma adept whose aura was still unstable. It was obvious that he had just advanced to the mid-Dharma stage. At this time, he was walking forward to negotiate with the Hutu sect adepts. This was Tian Shan Laozu, who held an important position among the 2nd generation of Junling's disciples. Besides these 3 mid-Dharma adepts, there were also 4 early Dharma adepts among the tens of people in Junling. They were Tian Tian, Liu Tianyuan, Ji Tianxian, and Lu Ping's 2nd senior sister, Li Tianru. They were all 3rd-generation adepts who had advanced to the Dharma stage in Junling. The remaining 30 or so mid and late Dharma adepts were also the elites among the 3rd and 4th generation of Junling's disciples. If these people really joined forces to fight, there was a real possibility that the entire Hutu sect would be wiped out. At this time, Rongshan Laozu could also see that the person in front of him did not necessarily want to kill him. Instead, he wanted him to suffer a big loss in front of everyone, as a way to establish his dominance. Rongshan Laozu was a great late Dharma adept, and he was also a famous great theurgy in the world of practitioners. How could he be willing to let others step on his shoulders? Rongshan made up his mind, and a purple gold mountain hammer appeared in his hand. This was an authentic second tribulation spirit treasure. The entire Hutu sect had only accumulated 2 second tribulation spirit treasures over the past 20,000 years. One was in the hands of his senior brother, and the other was specially given to him by his senior brother in order to make it stand out in the battle against the declining clans. Originally, the great ancestor of the Roang Mountain sect was planning to use this treasure as his trump card, which would allow him to show off his power in the Devil Luo War. However, he didn't expect that this treasure would be forced out before the Devil Luo War even started. Lu Ping had seen a lot of First Tribulation spirit treasures, and there were also quite a few Second Tribulation spirit treasures. He once had one in his possession, and now that it had passed the Third Lightning Tribulation, it had become a pure Yang spirit treasure. However, even at Lu Ping's level, the appearance of spirit treasures had become a common occurrence. Compared to First Tribulation spirit treasures, the number of Second Tribulation spirit treasures was still very small. Those Second Tribulation spirit treasures were usually controlled by Great Theurgy Masters, at least at the level of Great Theurgy Masters. Moreover, the Great Theurgy Masters that Lu Ping had seen who could control Second Tribulation spirit treasures were usually from famous, holy lands, and large sects. Therefore, the frequency of Second Tribulation spirit treasures was higher. But in fact, apart from these famous and large sects, Dharma adepts from other sects who could control a First Tribulation spirit treasure were already very good. One only had to look at Lin Yu Laozu, a dignified pure Yang master, but he only had a First Tribulation spirit treasure, the Jasper Wind Flute, in his hand. One would know how rare a Second Tribulation spirit treasure was. Looking at Tian Kang Laozu, who was only at the mid-Dharma stage, when he wielded the Second Tribulation spirit treasure, the mountain-splitting axe, one would know the real status of a Second Tribulation spirit treasure in the world of cultivators. The Zhenling sect had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. If it were not for Lu Ping, the sect would only have a Second Tribulation spirit treasure left by Taishan Laozu as the most precious treasure of the sect. As soon as the mountain-splitting hammer appeared in Rongshan Laozu's hand, Lu Ping was surprised at first, and then his expression became much more serious. Rongshan Laozu swung the mountain-splitting hammer in his hand, and the space in front of him immediately became fragmented. The fragmented space extended for 300 to 500 feet in the direction where the mountain-splitting hammer struck. Along the way, the sword light that Lu Ping turned around was all swallowed by the fragmented space, and the originally smooth operation of the Sea of All Rivers technique suddenly became sluggish. Rongshan Laozu would not miss such an opportunity. The light under his feet flashed, and he was about to take the opportunity to escape. Lu Ping did not expect the mountain-splitting hammer to be so powerful. After all, Rongshan Laozu was a senior cultivator, and the Second Tribulation spirit treasure in his hand was much more powerful than that of Tienkang Laozu, who was only at the middle Dharma plane. Instantly, a crack appeared in the Sea of All Rivers technique. However, how could Lu Ping let him go so easily? Seeing that Rongshan Laozu was about to escape, Rongshan Laozu inevitably relaxed a little. Right at this moment, Lu Ping snorted coldly, and Rongshan Laozu's ears suddenly heard a clap of thunder. Even though he was a senior cultivator, he was still shocked by Lu Ping's snort and felt dizzy, and his body couldn't help but stop moving. A fight between powerful cultivators would only last for a moment. Battles between powerful beings could only last for a split second. Once the Roang Mountain ancestor paused for a second, the sword formation of all rivers in the sea suddenly disappeared. The thin water-long sword transformed into a pair of flood dragons and hovered above the Roang Mountain ancestor's head. That mountain-sized spirit treasure instantly shattered under the Roang Mountain ancestor's terrified gaze. Although Lu Ping did not want to kill Rongshan, he had made up his mind to teach the Hutu school a good lesson. Although this First Tribulation spirit treasure was extraordinary, it could not stand such a long time of being worn down by the thin water-flowing sword. Rongshan Laozu staggered out of the sword formation, and Lu Ping, who was standing aside, had already stopped fighting. Many Hutu school practitioners on the side stepped forward one after another, but the disciples of Zhenling school did not make things difficult for Rongshan Laozu, and returned to Zhenling station one after another. Rongshan Laozu knew that he had lost today. He glanced at the disciples of Zhenling school in the station. Although he was aware of what happened outside the sword formation, he was still shocked when he saw the power that Zhenling school had displayed. Then, without saying a word, he left with the disciples of Hutu school. Although Lu Ping already knew that Zhenling School's practitioners had arrived, when he saw so many familiar faces of his school, even though Lu Ping had traveled outside for tens of years, he still felt very close to them. He hurriedly went up to greet Tian Fan, Tian Shui, Tian Shan, and the other elders of Laozu School. At the same time, he also exchanged greetings with his senior brothers, sisters, and junior disciples, and introduced Qin Yu and Qin Gang, the two disciples of Luo Xin School, to Zhenling School. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.